What's up, folks? I'm here. We're prompt, relatively at least. I will be running in and out a couple times while I'm doing the replays today. I've got the food that I'm making right now. I'm a little bit behind on stuff, but it won't be that big of a deal. I'll just let y'all know in chat when I'm walking away for a couple minutes. But till that time, we'll kick it off here. Did we watch this one? Tzeentch versus, Dark Elves. Honestly, probably pretty Tzeentch favored matchup, all things considered. I don't think we did, though. I don't think we saw this one on Saturday. Tried to go through and pare down all the ones that I do and, don't have and what I have and haven't already seen. I think I've got it all sorted out, but we'll just play it by ear. Anyways, so, first round game, punt. Meat not included. That's a pretty wide Tzeentch army here. We got double bolt thrower for the Dark Elves. Druki also bringing one Cold One Knight in the opening, which is certainly a choice against Tzeentch. Tzeentch typically doesn't bring anything super big that the Cold One Knights are going to have a lot of success against, at least not without a lot of trouble. The best unit that the Cold One Knights would be geared up for would be something like a Soul Grinder of Tzeentch. I think we did actually see this replay, but we'll recast it anyways. Like I was saying, Cold One Knights against Soul Grinders, definitely pretty nice for them, but Cold One Knights versus Tzeentch Centaurs, not a very good fight for the Cold One Knights. They kind of lose that one pretty badly, in my experience. There's also stuff like Changebringers. There's really strong magic that Tzeentch can throw out. Obviously, I mean, you would figure that the Chaos God of Trickery and Mages would, in fact, have some pretty powerful spell options. Two of them here, you know, maybe not the most devastating in terms of, like, overloaded damage on an initial cast, but over the course of a really long game, Blue Fire and Pink Fire are going to just absolutely dominate the Dark Elves, especially their infantry. Blue Fire is actually very good at spreading its damage out across infantry units. The shots pierce through models as well as spread out across the length of the entire formation. So, like, what I'm trying to say is, like, each of these individual 9 projectiles is going to land in and find a little pathway onto 9 different portions of the Blackheart Corsairs, or these Bleak Swords. Even against the cavalry, it doesn't have the same penetration against cavalry models as it does infantry, but it will spread the damage around really nicely. First shot coming down here, though, going to be trying to hit the Scourge Runner Chariots. Not bad damage, about 300 HP taken off those guys. Tzaangor's also fighting back a little bit. Very durable infantry unit. They're just an absolute beast mode 650 gold infantry piece. Really not a lot that they can't tangle with, unless it's just super high tier infantry with an anti-infantry bonus. Tzaangor's at the very least will hold the line with their 38 melee defense. Their armor, you know, at 50 is decent, but it does leave quite a bit to be desired. In terms of mitigating a lot of damage from, you know, base weapon strength. Against AP, obviously armor doesn't matter nearly as much, so they'll do as well as any other infantry unit against a Cold One Knight charge. The Cold One Knights with the Druki are actually a little bit more effective on the charge than the Lizardmen variant. So they can actually really steamroll over isolated infantry units. They don't want to take that charge right up the gut, though, which is why Pont is kind of pulling out here. Has pretty good value, using those bolt throwers more than anything to really hammer down the Exalted Heroes. Honestly, taking quite a bit of damage, almost 900 HP off this guy. A little bit of collateral damage on the Blue Horrors, and the Scourge Runner Chariot here being used very efficiently. 400 value on it already. Just running in and out of the Marauders, popping shields, killing some of the Blues. You got some Centaurs of Tzeentch back here. Looking for an opportunity to get into some fights, and the Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch also throwing their javelins. Very powerful skirmish unit. Tzeentch is pressing up onto the Druki's home objective here and having some reasonable success. They are letting their blues and marauders here get surrounded by the Blackheart Corsairs while the Bleak Swords are kind of fixing them in place. But they do push back the other Blackheart Corsair, which is very effective fire in against these guys. The Chaos Sorcerer Lord really not getting a whole lot done though right now. Looking a little bit meager on the value front right now. There's no mobile answers for the Scourger Chariots right now. The Centaurs are busy hammering infantry currently, and not really giving a whole lot of assistance to the rest of the Tzeentch front line, which is really starting to fold up now. You got Blue Horrors crumbling out here. Demonic Instability is very punishing, as you can tell. These guys started crumbling with about a fourth of their HP left, and that's really never something that you want to see happen. Demon units are pretty expensive as it is. Typically speaking, they value trade up when they're able to stick around and basically use their pseudo-unbreakable until they are just totally gassed and on the way out anyways. When they crumble out with significant amounts of HP, that's never a good sign. So, you know, just play a little bit safer. Tzeentch had a huge infantry force on the middle objective that they just haven't been engaging with. Usually not a very good strategy, especially if you're pushing your opponent's home objective. You want to have all of your infantry and forces engaged at once. If you want to play passively and keep a whole bunch of stuff on the middle objective, there's nothing wrong with that, but what you need to do at that point is kind of turn your formation so that your front line is skewed a little bit. You know, you want to basically defend against any enemy, you know, mobility that's trying to push up through the river. You want your forces kind of diagonal to your opponent here. So you kind of have the have your units holding off the edges of the map here, all the way up to the river line, and you just play the number 3 and the number 2 here instead of pressing on the number 1 and leaving a whole bunch of your forces unengaged until your opponent is out-traded you over here and is now going to be able to do the exact same thing on all these other infantry units, because infantry can be very useful. They just can't carry a game by themselves, especially when there's a lack of mobility to defend the flanks and keep your opponent from really overwhelming you. Just kind of what's going on right now. Pont is doing a very good job with the Cold One Knights and the Scourge Runners of harrying down some very expensive stuff for Tzeentch here. And a really good engagement off on the flank here. Dark Riders will be losing this fight against the Tzeentch Dwarfs, but they're going to do some serious damage. I mean, 500 gold versus 1200, and the Dark Riders have a pretty good charge bonus and decent melee attack and melee defense. They actually outshine the Centaurs in that particular area. It's really the hit and run ability of the Centaurs that gives them their uptrade potential, why they're so strong. So cheap melee cav like Dark Riders are actually a pretty effective counter to these guys. They often don't win on the charge, but, you know, Murder's prowess was up while they were taking that fight, so it gave them a little bit of a leg up, and they were able to actually win that in the head-to-head. Typically, you want to use Dark Riders to countercharge Centaurs, which isn't too bad. Like I said, Centaurs are 1200, Dark Riders 5. Pretty easy to get a 500 gold unit out in time to be able to take on a much more expensive option that your opponent might have on the field. Tzeentch is scrapping, but they've lost their Exalted Hero here. And where is their Lord? Their Lord is dead as well. Oh my goodness, I don't know when that happened, but definitely not going to be succeeding without the leadership of the Lord on the field. Oh, he's way back here. Look at him, down to 400 HP, barely hanging on. Leadership not looking abysmal, but definitely leaving a lot to be desired in terms of value, which is the big issue, right? You brought these 2 very cost-effective spells, and I have been seeing quite a few casts of them this game. The issue that I've been noticing is just that they're not really being used super efficiently. A lot of the time, this Lord is flying a little too close in to the targets for the magic missile. Magic missiles have a semi minimum range. You see, getting a little bit of poke against the Dread Knights there. But still not just not enough value for how much this spell is costing. Undercasting it is fine, but the overcast does get more armor piercing damage, which I would say is almost always going to be worth it. Especially considering that it's, you know, not quite double the cost. And you got a lot of heavily armored units out on the field for the Dark Elves. Getting that overcast is definitely going to be more worth your while. Tzeentch magic has fallen off a little bit nowadays. You know, it's solid, if a little unspectacular. I'm thinking maybe some shadow magic might have been a little bit better, because you got, like, Melkoths for all the heavily armored knights. You're not going to get these funky casts like you will from Blue Fire, because Melkoths is direct damage. It's going to be a little bit more consistent in actually landing blows. And look at the Beastmaster here. Getting up in range with the Scourge Runner ammo. Throwing down some serious heat from long distance. And what the hell is going on here? That was an interesting death animation. So, Caster Lord going down for Tzeentch. Another really nice Pit of Shades here. How's the magic been for the Dark Elves? Looking a lot better. Last minute reaction out of the Blues. Going to be able to get most of the unit out of the radius, but they're going to take a bunch of damage on their shield regardless. And then they get absolutely flattened by Dark Riders and Scourge Runner Chariots. 1100 value on this Dark Rider unit. They took down Tzeentch Centigore. They took down some Marauder Cavalry. Now they're taking down some Blue Horrors with the Scourge Runner Chariots. Really nice micro from Pont. He's just so solid and has gotten really decent value out of just about everything. Even some of the units that aren't really paying for themselves are at the very least forcing risky dives out of meat here. Who's kind of struggling to really get damage dealt here in the late game. You know, overpressed a little early, I would say, onto the home objective with the Dark Elves. You had the 2 points. You had your home and the middle. You had a big infantry force. You didn't really need to press for this back objective here. Just staying a little bit more patient and holding back would have gotten you a lot of value, because, you know, the Dark Elves are the ones who have to attack at that point, right? They're the ones who need the second objective. Playing for time is just as worthwhile as playing for value. If you just stick around, don't overpress and leave gaps in your formation when you've got such a big infantry core, you can bring out all your range tools that can press your opponent back whenever they try to make these dives onto your forces. And the Dark Elves are a little less good at it than Chaos factions, so I think you would have a big leg up there if you're just hanging back a little bit, positioning your infantry around so that the Blue Horrors can get some effective fire on any advancing infantry, or especially the Cold One Knights and the Dread Knights. And then you just get your Tzeentch Centigores out to answer the Scourge Runners. Because the Scourge Runners have the mass to push through all this infantry, and they were doing a pretty good job of it early, but as long as you don't panic and get the Centigores up and into a position where they can punish any further dives, I think Tzeentch would be just fine. And you get the Changebringers out, either if the enemy bolt throwers run out of ammo, or you find a good opportunity to just pull them in and get some damage on some really expensive Dark Elf units, and then you can kind of pull back with them and find another opportunity. You just got to play a little more cagey here. The full rush is just not something Tzeentch is like really good at. They require a little bit more finesse typically, but it was a very well tried effort. Pont is just pretty experienced, has a pretty good idea of how to hold off attacks like that. Give me one sec, guys. I'm going to be right back. I gotta go check on some food, and then I'll get into answering your questions, but good to have you guys here. Losing against Chowy artillery and trains when you play dwarves. Any tips? That's a really bad matchup for the dwarves, actually. There's not a lot you can do other than bring units that can actually kill those artillery pieces and trains. The way that the Dowie can deal with them is with good cannon fire. You try and bring 2 regular Dowie cannons, because these can throw some serious heat down. They will easily outtrade a magma cannon or a death shriek as long as you can get them into a position where they can counterfire effectively. You could try bolt throwers as well. They wouldn't be bad. The steam gyros can do some pretty reasonable damage to the trains, but it's a little bit slow in terms of actually killing them. So I'd try and avoid using the gyros with the steam guns to try and kill the actual iron demons. You could maybe kill the magma cannons and the Death Shriek rocket launchers with the gyros. Leave the cannons to just sit on top of the actual iron demons. Your other best option is iron drakes. They're reasonably cheap and they throw a ton of damage down on big targets like that. Very effective unit. After that, Grim Delvers. Grim Delvers with their shotguns do obscene damage. They will obliterate anything that gets into their 90 range. That does come, of course, with the caveat that the blunderbusses only have 90 range, so it's pretty easy to close the gap on them. If you're running into Iron Demons, they're going to be screaming in after these guys. So what you want to do is try and position all your other missiles around to hammer the Iron Demons as they try to kill the Grim Delvers. Because the Grim Delvers will get a good shot off since they have Stalk, and they can sneak in before they get shut down, and they can get at least 1 guaranteed volley, hopefully. And then when the trains come after them, that's when the Iron Drakes and the cannons, and if you have time to like develop out gyrocopters, can like really answer at that point and maybe hammer those down. I think Dowie probably just have to go really deep into their missiles against the Chaos Dwarfs. If they don't, I really don't see how they win the matchup if your opponent knows what they're doing. You also want a fairly good combat character because Drazhoath is very common. And Drazhoath for the Chaos Dowie is actually pretty terrifying, truth be told, on foot. He's got a good anti-infantry bonus. He's got really high melee defense, so he's kind of hard to hit. And obviously, since the Dowie are pretty much all, small combatants outside of some of their flyers, Drazhoath is especially effective at really getting in there and, dueling the dwarf characters and killing them. It's one of his better matchups, if not maybe his best. And he usually just brings Flames of Asgore and Demon Spike Crucible. Although the Graven Scepter can be kind of nice. It does give a good melee attack buff with magic damage on base weapon strength and AP. If you can just gear up to kill the expensive units that your opponent's going to be throwing out, then I think the Dowie can be okay. Probably do something like this in the opening, and you just try and play back in the range of the cannons and the Iron Drakes. And make sure that your Thunderers and your Grim Delvers are just prepared for the inevitable Iron Demon dives. You do have to just eat some cannon fire at some point, because the Chaos Dwarves are going to take advantage of the fact that they can bring out really effective artillery pieces of their own that can really punish your slow infantry. Just don't overpress the Chaos Dwarves. Get on your 2 objectives as the Dowie, hold the line, don't panic, and value trade as best you can, and you'll eventually outgrind the Chaos Dwarves. The Chaos Dowie will eventually run out of steam. Theoretically. As long as you keep your missile line intact enough as the dwarves, you can keep any faction at bay. I would just try to not rely on Slayers. Slayers are honestly kind of terrible nowadays, in my opinion. They get flattened by stuff like Iron Demons. They take a ton of damage from stuff like Hobgoblin Sneaky gets. They don't fight very well against regular Chaos Dwarf infantry. I would just actually leave them off entirely and try to just make do with some blasting charges, your Dwarf Warrior front line. The Grumbling Guard I've seen do really well as of late. They got a lot of leadership. They have a vigor debuff or vigor buffing effect that can keep them at peak efficiency for longer. Really love them. Every time I see them in games, they seem to value trade well. Doomseekers could be okay here if you need to clear out a bunch of armored warriors, but just because you're already skewing pretty heavily into ranged tools, maybe you don't want to bring them, and you just want to try and fill out with a little bit more utility when it comes to your damage dealers. So like maybe a couple of Bugmans can be nice, because they do have Vanguard deployment. They're ITP, so they don't get scared by Cathay or anything, which is another very common unit in this matchup. And they have a heal, which is awesome. So these guys can sneak out of Vanguard, get in position, start hammering home, and survive a couple of attacks until you can pull gyros or some more shooting over to really help them out. Skyhammer Squadron is also kind of nice. And then you just fill out with whatever you want for 2,800. I would try and go cheaper, just to bring bodies to kill your opponent. And just try to keep Belegar from dying. Like, you put him in here because he's, cheap as hell at 900 gold. Cut all the abilities. They're not really that great for him anyways. He's got a bunch of HP for a foot character. Silver Shield, 120 armor, great leadership. 32 foot speed is pretty slow, but not terrible, and he's just reasonably solid all the way around as a fighter. He's kind of like the anti-snipe lord for the dwarves. You know, people aren't really going to focus him too hard, typically. And he can kind of skirt in under the radar, stand on top of a point, encourage people, and just, contribute a little cap weight and get a little bit of value killing infantry and stuff. An Ironbreaker could work here. Maybe a little too expensive considering the artillery options for your opponent. So maybe just some Dwarf Warriors. Yeah, probably some Dwarf Warrior great weapons. You can get 2 Slayers and see how they work. They can fight Cathay. It's not great for them, but it's better than nothing. And they can be a little bit of a bulwark for you against large foes. So, keep that in mind. That'd be my answer for you. Stay away from miners and miners with charges. I would probably suggest you do, just because the Chaos Dwarves can bring tons of armored infantry, and they probably will. This is probably one of the matchups where their Orc Laborers and Goblin Laborers aren't going to be very common. So your blasting charges might not really have anything to do. If you get armor checked and you brought a ton of miners with blasting charges as the Dowie, that's going to suck for you. And I hate the regular miners because they are awful in melee combat. Okay, they've got some AP, but their melee attack and melee defense is so pitiful that they'll actually get out-traded by something like a Hobgoblin Cutthroat. They're in a pretty abysmal state right now, in my opinion. I think they're always a down trade. They're there for cap weight, the miners. But the idea with this Dowie build into the Chaos Dwarves is that you want to just control their artillery and their trains, and you want to slowly push out from one objective and take a second, and just hang on to the 2 objectives for dear life. It's a bad matchup, though, no matter what. Chaos Dwarves have mobility advantage over you. They've got pretty equivalent tools that you have. Good maps for them can make it impossible to deal with their arty as well. If you get stuck in this matchup, I feel for you. Good luck. Been getting ahead like 1 or 2k on value, always stumble in the middle and lose heavily. Last time, Korn versus Lizzos was my game. Handling the middle portions of games is pretty tricky. Let me get back to my food. I'm going to be AFK for about 5 minutes. And then I'll get back and we'll get into another replay, and I can give you a little bit of advice about the middle portions of games when I have something a little bit more visual to base it off of. So I'll be back in just a few. Alright, hell yeah, I'm actually back now. Thank you for being patient, guys. I actually really appreciate that. I had a pretty crazy morning. Hell, I actually woke up at afternoon. My phone died. And, damn. Tostada's spicy as hell, man. Holy crap. Killing myself over here. Alright. Let me get past all this spiciness I added to my food. Okay. So, I woke up hella late. Needed to go to the gym. Got in there. Did all my business. Lost track of time again. Got back. Hungry as hell. But, want to get right into the, replays, so... Anyways. Long story short. I appreciate y'all sticking around for the, pretty chaotic beginning here. It's been a little all over the place. So, where were we at? Marco. Broccoli beat Inticity? Hell yeah. I'm not surprised. Broccoli's really good at the game, so... Broccoli was, hanging out with us in chat all the time when she was starting out. Am I going to take full credit? Absolutely not. But if you watch my streams, you'll definitely get some tips to take away to win at higher levels. Alright. So we've got Mr. Fly versus Lazuka. Mr. Fly very experienced with Tzeentch. We had a pretty fun game on ladder earlier this week. I'm very curious to see how this plays out. This build isn't too terribly dissimilar from what Fly played into me when I was playing Korn. Instead of having Sartorial as bringing the Herald here, just Searing Doom and the Chromatic Tome. Pretty good choices in terms of spell. And, you know, this is a pretty decent item. I mean, the power recharge is the best thing about it, but you will get a little bit of Winds of Magic over the course of a long game. As long as you're using this on cooldown, you can get probably another, like, 20 Winds of Magic. You do need to be consistent about it, though. It's a pretty small trickle. The cooldown is what's really nice about it. Only 60 seconds on it.
Keep it from the foe.
And lasts for a decent amount of time. You can get a good amount of magic going with this little dude. Soul Grinder of Tzeentch is a fun choice. Probably not the most meta thing in the world, but it does get a great shot in against the Fey Enchantress. Huge damage going down on her. She is pretty squishy. I'm gonna actually absolutely pummel her with a good set of spellcasting or ranged options for Tzeentch. She can be a little disruptive, you know, she does have her Mortis engine, although it doesn't actually look like Mists of the Lady has been brought by Lazuka here. Which I think is a big mistake. Fey Enchantress as a Lord, you know, Chalice of Potions is nice, Life Magic is pretty decent, but her Mortis engine is actually very impactful. It lowers melee attack as well, so there's really no reason to not bring it on her. Unless you're really scared about her getting killed by big scary monsters, but if you're scared about that, then you should probably bring a combat lord like Lumen anyways. So I think Lazuka's army might just be a little, just might not be well tuned for the faction that's being played into. All these battle pilgrims, and just a handful of peasant bows and whatnot. Not really the best choice against Tzeentch. Tzeentch doesn't typically go very infantry heavy, but their infantry options are really strong. Zangors absolutely butcher battle pilgrims on the reg. With all of the buffs from Grail Reliques and Lords and Heroes nearby, battle pilgrims might be able to keep it fairly even, but it's gonna take a lot for that to happen. And look at the Green Knight, dude. Massive damage coming in on the Green Knight right now, with the Soul Grinder following up with some shots of its own. But the Blue Horrors actually did some pretty reasonable damage. Look at the value on them. Just a couple of volleys out of those guys, and they really kept back one of the scarier units that Bretonnia has access to lately. I think this is just a choice here with the Green Knight that is just not going to work against Tzeentch, because he's obviously an ethereal unit, very reliant on Phys Res to stay alive. Tzeentch has magic attacks on literally everything, down to the Marauders even, which gives him a big leg up against some factions, but that's the give and take of these monogod factions. Sometimes the mark is like perfectly tuned for specific like factions and units and build styles, but sometimes it's just not that useful. Magic attacks have, you know, a handful of applications, but it's a lot more limited than it once was, whereas in Warhammer 2 it was pretty essential that you have a lot of magic damage on your roster to be successful. Nowadays, it's a little less important, but it can skew to be way, way, way more powerful than it otherwise could be, just based on what your opponent brought. And with the Fey Enchantress and the Green Knight running around, it's going to be especially nice to have. Akold's in here, chewing through Battle Pilgrims. You can see these Marauders not doing poorly either. They're definitely struggling a little bit, but the Battle Pilgrims are just taking so much blue horror fire before they can really get engaged and do a lot. These Searing Dooms have been pretty well placed so far. Almost 1,000 gold out of the Herald. These guys are dirt cheap. I think they're 1,200. Maybe not even 1,200 with what he's got. Chromatic Tome and Searing Doom are pretty cheap items and spells, so I would say this is just a really well constructed Tzeentch build. The Soul Grinder's gotten some pretty good value. It's got 1,200. Sour Gut's getting some good fire in here as well. Zangors have been holding the line. They're getting run over a little bit by Questing Knights, but just the fact that they're anchoring in here and fighting back is pretty huge, because they've got pretty decent weapon strength thanks to Arcane Charge. Every time you cast spells, it buffs up their weapon strength, which is awesome. And they've got decent melee attack, all things considered, for such a cheap unit. I just love them to death. I talk Zangors up all the time, but I'm never disappointed by them. They can easily get like 1,000 value as a unit, which is amazing, and they're fast as hell too. 42 foot speed with Primal Fury up is pretty incredible. Very good at affecting the front line. They have Vanguard deploy, so they're a really good reserve unit, or you can use them to aggressively take points early as the flip side of that coin of having Vanguard deploy. There's really not a lot of ways you can go wrong with these dudes. A lot of back pressure coming in here. Beast Slayers of Bastogne lose their nerve and actually rout. I'm not entirely sure why, but anyways, we got Furies running in after them and just hounding them to death, brutalizing them right now. And the Zangors and the Blue Horrors are going to be following up, getting up on the number 2. Number 3 is also going to flip here very shortly to Tzeentch. And the Pegasus Knights, I've been keeping a little bit of track on their progress, but they just haven't been impactful enough. This is not the Royal Pegasus Knight unit. So they lack the magic damage and the perfect vigor that the Royal variant does have. I would say don't bring regular Pegasus Knights. Just some magic damage, Perfect Vigor Peggies will do you a lot better, in my experience. Perfect Vigor is the best passive in the entire game, period. Nothing comes even close to being nearly as important and impactful, because your stats get absolutely wrecked by being tired, man. See if we can find something that's exhausted here. Well, the Furies, you know, they're not exhausted, but they're very tired. You can see they lose speed. You lose armor. I think when you're exhausted, you lose 20% of your armor. You lose charge bonus, the melee attack you lose 20% of when you're exhausted. It's pretty punishing stuff. And a little bit of leadership lost as well. Having Perfect Vigor gets rid of all of that, and you will just grind infinitely better against your opponent, because even units that come in fresh and take engagements against your Perfect Vigor units are eventually going to get tired out themselves, and you'll outtrade them too. It's good on just about every unit that has it. There's a couple of exceptions to that. I could talk about them after this battle a little bit, but right now I'm just really enjoying Mr. Fly's really clean play. I mean, Not overpressing in any one area at any time. Gets right back up into the air with the Furies as the Knights of the Lionhearted. Try to save the Beast Slayers. No reason to keep chasing these guys. They're basically dead anyways. They got 500 HP after all. Just avoiding the damage on that unit is awesome. Zangors, they did get routed here, but they should be able to rally. Provided, where the hell is the rest of the unit? It says there's 53 models, but where are they all? Because this is only part of the unit. Oh, what the hell is going on here? I've never seen that. That's very odd pathing. Anyways, questing Knights going down here to the Zangor's pressure. Knights of the Lionhearted looking to save the Fey Enchantress, who's been not good. She just hasn't gotten a lot of value. And the Earthbloods and the healing really haven't been much to talk about at all. Part of the reason is that there's just a lot of fire damage on the field. And it's very important to keep in mind that fire damage does reduce the amount of incoming healing by 50%, which it adds up quick, guys. I mean, if all you're doing is using Fey Enchantress as a heal bot, and your opponent is nerfing her healing by 50%, she's that much less effective, and without her Mortis Engine, she just isn't going to do a whole lot. She's not a terrible melee combatant. You really shouldn't be super afraid to send her into melee for a little while. You know, that's why you have the heal spells. She can always focus herself with the healing, continue doing damage to the Mortis, and just get value slowly over time that way. Without it, she just runs around and isn't nearly as good. That was a beautiful Searing Doom, by the way. Massive damage on the Knights of the Realm and the Knights of the Lionhearted. Soul Grinder with 1800 value, definitely getting its value back. Not going to get a whole bunch more. It's being dragged down here by the Knights, but we do have a triple cap for Tzeentch. They've been very patient, slowly pushing back and forth, building up and forcing Bretonnia in and getting good value trades in the back line. Before counter-pushing, and then just icing this game out in the later stages with solid infantry, Fury Pressure, and then also just summoning in some Centigores and continuing to use Searing Doom to its full effect, man. I mean, this is one of the best spells in the game, and this guy's gotten all 2500 value just from casting Searing Doom. It's been very well done. Some of the army abilities I've noticed have been used maybe a little haphazardly. That's one thing that I would keep in mind for the future, Mr. Fly. Everything else, though, has made up for any inefficiencies in that regard. So big kudos. Tzeentch is a very difficult faction to play. I don't have a lot of time on them myself, but from the, 20, 30 games I've played on ladder over the course of the lifespan of the game, I have really not clicked much with them. Just because they don't really synergize with my playstyle very much. They're a very hybrid faction. You know, they skew their builds pretty heavily into either one style or another, which means they either go, halberd boxes, or they go super wide with, tons of shooting with, blues and pinks, with, the Changebringers in the sky. They do aerial goon squads pretty well, which is kind of funny. Not amazing in domination mode, but it can work if you really catch your opponent off guard. Or they go for some, light monster mash with, Mutilated Vortex Beasts, stuff like that. They take a lot of time to really figure out, and Mr. Fly's done a really great job of doing so. And is making them look really good, you know? That's impressive in its own right. Right now, they're on the lower end of the win rates, but I think they could jump back up if people just kind of lock in with them and learn the ins and outs of the matchups and kind of hyper-specialize in the faction. Because that's usually when factions kind of jump back up in the win rates. Some are just naturally weaker than others, but it'll get made up for over time. Oh, I made you a Dowie build? Hell yeah, thank you, man. I'm glad you're enjoying it. You know, I try to make builds as close to what people are naturally bringing anyways as possible, and just giving a little bit of a touch-up, you know, on, matchup issues, you know? And I try to make sure that there's some fun stuff in there, you know, because going meta is fun in its own right at times, but if you just use the same things over and over and over again, things can get kind of stale fast. Mixing it up, you can find some really cool builds that you wouldn't have otherwise expected to work, but you can actually really execute well. So I say mix it up all the time. Whenever I give builds, I'm usually trying to keep all that in mind, so that, you know, your personal expression is still there. It's just a little bit more in tune with specific matchups, or maybe a little bit more specialized into your personal style of play. So, Sanguine, did we watch this one? I don't think we saw any, I don't think we saw this Grand Cathay game. So we'll go ahead and jump in this. It's going to be a lot of the same map over and over again. Just going through them in the order that I downloaded them. So we'll do all the first round, then we'll second round, and third and fourth, obviously. God, I love tostadas, man. They're so good. Easiest thing in the world to make, too. Just get some corn tortillas, oil them, salt them, oven them for 10 minutes, get all your other fixings, and just throw it all on top. It's great. Anyways. Sanguine's rocking up in here with Zhao Ming. Got an Alchemist as well. Little bit of Winds of Magic boosting. Not a ton. So, fast forward through it for a minute. Just seeing what exactly it is that the Tomb Kings are going to be preparing here. Let's see, they've got pretty poor cap weight on their infantry. Skeleton Spears get up on the point. It's going to take them ages to get it because they only have 2 cap weight. It's pretty brutal. It's one of the reasons why the Tomb Kings are not a particularly beginner-friendly faction, in my opinion. I see people recommend them often for newer players, but I think that's kind of a mistake because Tomb Kings require quite a bit of knowledge of the faction as a whole. And if they're not really well built for specific matchups, they oftentimes are just going to lose outright because of how awful their infantry and cap weight is. You can totally get stuff back as the Tomb Kings and lose in the first few minutes of the game. That's usually not super fun, but Weasel's doing a pretty good job of skirmishing here. Really nice damage from the Chosen of the Gods. Hammering these Jade Warriors, you wouldn't want to over-focus these guys. Not really the best use of their time. Oh my god, and the Grand Cannon comes out. Massive damage from that thing. Grand Cathay cannons are just brutal, dude. They do so much damage. And they're really accurate, especially if they get a little harmony. They benefit immensely from the reload skill and the extra leadership that they get. Just pounding away at the Bone Giant, which is taking quite a bit of work. Crane Gunner's posted up on the, sort of the high ground here. It's a little bit of an elevated position. Although what I would really like to see from Cathay right now, just a couple of Jade Warriors going up to the number 3. Just very tentatively feeling the edges of this point out. There's not really a reason not to right now. Your opponent has, as far as you can tell, no presence over here, and this is where matchup knowledge and faction knowledge can come into play. There's a few things that could be going on with this Tomb King army, right? They capped the point on the, they capped the number 3 point early with their horsemen, right? You know their horsemen are here. These guys are a known quantity on the field. Same with all these spears in the shooting. You can see all of this. Now, if you count it all out, you'll see 14 units. Where's the other one? It's hidden over here. Eyes of the Desert, chilling. So you know there's one hidden unit, and if you're playing against the Tomb Kings, you know that that's basically, there's only one option. It's Sepulchral Stalkers. So You know you've got a missing unit to account for. You think it might be over here. Well, as good as the Sepulchral Stalkers are with their shooting, it's going to take them a while to break down Jade Warriors. And again, you can count the number of units your opponent has. So you know that they probably don't really have anything in the forest here to come out and try and punish you. You're dealing with the Skeleton Horsemen with your Onyx Crowmen and your Jade Lancers back here. You can mop all these guys up before you push this, that's fine, but I would go ahead and start trying to work it down, because what that's really going to do is, if you start to take this number 2 objective now, is the Tomb Kings are going to start feeling a little bit of pressure. They're going to like want to move their infantry over to try and retake it, or to maybe intercept any infantry that you've got over there. They're going to move the Chosen of the Gods around, trying to punish anything moving up. The Eyes of the Desert might have to rotate all the way around, which they'd be able to do reasonably quick with 50 speed, but it would be a little bit of a work in progress for them. And you can then punish at that point, because you'll have the mobility advantage, right? I mean, all of the Skeleton Horses are dead now, like the except for this one. Looks like they scooted all the way around the map, trying to get on the Grand Cannon, but Peasants and the Crowmen will kill them. And then you can easily support your infantry on the number 3. And you could have done it a little bit quicker. Not that huge right now. You are in a really good position as Sanguine. You've just got the perfect counters to the Chosen of the Gods on the field. They're wasting a lot of ammo on Jade Warriors. As good as the Chosen of the Gods are as a unit, they can be pretty inefficient shooting at chaff infantry. And while Jade Warriors aren't like the cheapest thing in the world, it's a unit that's pretty easy to replace in terms of losses. And they're reasonably durable. I mean, they've got really high leadership, so spending all your time like slowly working the unit down to a position where you're shooting it off the field completely, I wouldn't really say is worth it. What you want to do is hammer down the Jade Warriors to about half HP and then switch on to another target. Preferably a more expensive target. Like, hitting these Jade Warriors and the Onyx Crowmen right now would be a really, really strong option for the Tomb Kings currently, because they're very blobbed up. I mean, they're all over these Nahakara Horsemen as well. Any kind of shooting you can get down to punish these guys and free up your cavalry will be really nice. And that is kind of what happens here. We get a really nice Usurian's Incantation of Vengeance. Great spell. Absolutely amazing at killing cavalry. It's a double cost efficiency Melkoth, basically. Here, I'll just go ahead and show you. So you can see the damage profile here. Strong versus 25 entities or more. So like infantry, but especially cav, are the best target. 24 seconds, 10 Winds of Magic. Compare that to... Where's the word Shadows? Here it is. Melkoth's Mystifying Miasma, 6 Winds of Magic. 13 seconds, exact same damage. It's pretty comparable. It's a little bit more efficient, actually, which is pretty crazy, because Melkoth is already one of the best spells in the game. That's why you see people at really high levels spamming, like, double Melkoth's casters so often. Just because in Domination mode, you do see a really good blend of targets and opportunities to use Melkoths, right? Like, you'll see lots of skirmish cav, you'll see lots of melee cavalry, typically, and you'll also see infantry a lot of the time. If your opponent does go for a really infantry-heavy army, you can still use Melkoths to pretty good effect against those styles of play as well. It's both its efficiency as well as just the cost opportunity. It's very hard to, like, lack targets for Melkoths, typically. Desperate dives from the Tomb Kings here. The Tomb Kings have kind of gotten build countered. Like, they've got these Bone Giants in here. They've got the Chosen of the Gods out on the field. The Eyes of the Desert are here as well, all of which are really weak to cannon fire. Although it looks like the cannons are being unsummoned. Oh, the crews all died back here. Or not the crews, the actual cannon models all died. I'm not entirely sure from what, but really fortunate for the Tomb Kings, because maybe now they can get a little movement forward. I mean, they're struggling really bad right now. They're down big time in terms of value. All of these Dragon Breaths from Zhao Ming have been pretty devastating. It could be a little bit better, but that is just the nature of fighting the undead. Oftentimes, you're bringing spells to clear out chaff. That way, the more expensive units can be dealt with a little bit easier in melee combat, because Eyes of the Desert, very bad in fights isolated by themselves. If you get some skeletons underneath them, though, that completely changes the dynamic of the fight. And you're just playing for time as Cathay. You've got all the time in the world to, you know, hold on to the points here. Make sure that you can clean up any skeleton spears that might be coming to your back point. Keeping your crane gunners online is really important. You can see one of them pretty beat up here. And the other one did go down to the carrion dive. I really thought that would be a little bit more disastrous for the Tomb Kings, but it might have gotten them back into the game somewhat, because Cathay is another one of the factions that I would say is super dependent on their ranged units for success. Even if you're very good with their cavalry and their infantry positioning, you can keep harmony up at all times. It's still going to be pretty hard for them to find effective value in melee combat. You really need stuff like crane guns, cannons, iron hills, and your Onyx Crowmen to kind of carry the game for you. This is another really good Usurians, on top of the Empress Crowmen, no less. Cathay probably got some pretty good value out of using it that time. There's some Jade Lancers getting in here on him as well. This could be a big loss now for the Tomb Kings. It was looking a little bit better for them. They did lose one Bone Giant. They lost the Sepulchral Stalkers as well as the Chosen of the Gods. And now if they lose Cathay, it's going to be 100% over. But they still have their artillery piece here. Screaming Skull Catapults, very, very effective artillery piece in their own right. And they do debuff leadership pretty significantly. Not only do they imbue the base -10 that all artillery imbues on units, but they have the take cover effect, which imbues another -8, so they're really good against Grand Cathay. Grand Cathay struggles when their infantry can't get set up and just grind in the front line while missiles valley trade the rest of the way home. If you can utilize the Screaming Skull Catapults to break up the Grand Cathay missile units and infantry early, that's where you can really take over as the Tomb Kings. That didn't really get to happen. It's only here at the end that it's really starting to rack up some significant value. And Bone Giants are just not good, unfortunately. They don't have a ton of ammo. They're really inaccurate. They're just a big target as well. It's kind of hard to miss these guys. They're also pretty terrible in melee combat. Zhao Ming could sit here and probably kill this thing now. And if it's not getting to shoot, it's not really getting any value worth talking about. And look how little it has. 325 gold after it's fired 15 of its giant bow shots. That's really sad. They need a huge buff. They need to be more accurate to be really worth it in my book. Until that occurs, I would say just avoid them at all costs. You got better options. You can just bring more Ushapti great bows if you want to. More Sepulchral Stalkers, more cavalry. And maybe a little bit of elite infantry. Tomb Guard Halberds are pretty good in this matchup. And having them, I think, would have helped you out as the Tomb Kings a lot. Dragon Form... Ooh, excuse me. Dragon Form coming in from Zhao Ming. Gonna be able to do even more damage to the Bone Giant now. You know, he gets a pretty big increase to his weapon strength and a nice split on the AP. His melee attack is a little mediocre and leaves something to be desired, but it's good enough that he should be able to maneuver around the field and maybe finish off Cathay, fight these horsemen, get some good value that way. Well, Cathay just holds on to these back points. They got 1,000 supplies in the bank. They got a bunch of Onyx Crowmen in the backfield. That's where a lot of their value is tied up right now. They really need to motor up to the number 2 objective, because it's starting to flip in favor of the Tomb Kings. Very slowly, mind you, but it is definitely something that you need to address here, and then maybe push up another unit on the 3 here. The Peasant Long Spears here have gotten some pretty good value. That's one thing that I would like to see the Tomb King's player be a little better about. I saw a bunch of cavalry just like collide up into this unit, and you can see how many casualties they took. Not really their cup of tea. What you want to do instead is get your, you see these skeleton horsemen, or the horse archers are like piling into melee combat on the point. Instead of them being over here, they should be out here on the flank. And they should just focus down the long spears, who only have 15 armor and no shield. They'll just get absolutely flattened by the bow fire from your skirmish cav. And with your skirmish cav playing back here, it's a little easier to retreat and focus on them and keep them alive. Risky dives like this, throwing them into a fight that they're ultimately going to lose, it's really only ever going to get you farther and farther behind. It could be worse. I mean, the Tomb Kings are doing a pretty good job of scrapping back in this. I just fear for their long-term prospects, because you got more Jade Warriors coming out. They'll easily outgrind Skeleton Warriors. Even Nahakara Warriors are going to struggle against them. And there's all kinds of units up in the sky that can also punish them. Look at Cathay. They're actually able to save this objective in time. A lot of crumbling going down for the Tomb Kings here. Look at all of the horsemen, dude. Massacre for them, unfortunately. And the melee Shopti were actually pretty effective here. I think you just cut the Bone Giants and just bring melee Shopti as the Tomb Kings, and you'd be fine. The melee Ushopti can easily outgrind Onyx Crowmen. They can fight even the cavalry in a pinch because they've got really heavy armor. Pretty good AP values in their own right. Melee attack is pretty poor, but, you know, you work with what you got. You can always bring Sepulchral Stalkers in with the laser eyes to do any extra damage that you really need. A pretty decent bombing run with the Nangao grenades, but I would have said you should probably use it on the Nahakara Warriors, not the Skeleton Warriors. Skeleton Warriors have just terrible damage output, and while your Jade Warriors will hold against Nahakara Warriors, these dual weapon Bone Boys will definitely put down a little bit more damage than you'd really want to see against your line holders. So little things like that in long games can make a big difference. But the Tomb Kings are just gassed. I mean, this is their last attempt, was a couple minutes ago. They're trying once more, but they've just got way too much to contend with now. Like, previously, there wasn't nearly as much cap weight available for this objective. Now there's a bunch of Jade Warriors here, as well as the DPS units, and all of this stuff is getting a ton of harmony. So, really patiently and nicely played by Cathay, just dragging, or, sorry, yeah, by Cathay, dragging the Tomb Kings down. Check Korn versus Empire? Yeah, we can do that. What's up, Fly? What's up, Hernando? How are y'all doing? We'll check out your Empire versus Korn game. We'll see what we can do. Where is it? Did you send it to me? Got Lizard's Korn here. One sec. I thought I swept all the replays. Maybe I missed it in here somewhere. But if you're seeing this, if you're hearing me now, Marco, send it to me, please. Just DM me on Discord. It's never an issue. That way I am sure to have it. This is more Korn's Lizards. This is a different game. It's Nurgle. Damn. Okay. What's up with all the Korn versus Lizards games? There's a absolute load this tournament, apparently. Not that I mind. It's a pretty bad matchup for Korn, but it's one that you can win. You just have to play really carefully. Maybe we can get into some of these other ones, and we can talk about those. You know, Korn is my main faction. They're my absolute favorite in terms of aesthetics and playstyle. They're not my strongest faction, though. That would be the Beastmen. For sure, period, bar none. But, having said that, I'll play Korn any day of the week, and they're a pretty good faction. They can definitely win a lot of matchups. There are some where they can really struggle and fall behind in. Typically against really heavy kite. But there's some ways around kite builds, you know. You can definitely do some in your own right. You've got some pretty good options. Especially the Marauder Horsemen with the throwing axes. These guys are pretty clutch for you. Skull Cannons are another really good tool. I swear by Skull Cannons. To this day, I will throw my money down on double Skull Cannon as one of the best builds that Korn can throw out, no matter what the situation is. I'll be looking out for your DM, Marco. I couldn't find this Korn versus Empire game. But we will see if Korn is able to maybe make something happen against the Lizards here. Although I think we may have already seen this one. Actually, we definitely saw this game already. Okay, go, you can check this one out on Saturday. I thought this was one of the other ones I downloaded. Give me a sec, guys. Okay, here we go. Here we go. This is one of the other replays. So we're on Dusted Steppe here. We've got good gets. We got Mazda Mundi. He's got all the goodies. He's in his little floating chair. You know. His big boy throne. He's got like all of the magic, all the abilities. Honestly, not bad. Banishment and Ruination of Cities will do some pretty serious work against this very heavy infantry corps that Piston has brought in. You got a Temple Guard, which is a pretty good call. That the heavy-duty halberds can actually be very useful for the Lizards when they bring Slan. Because Slan are pretty vulnerable. They've got pretty poor stats overall. And Mazda can just sit and float in the middle of these guys. Give them the ITP and cause fear. A little bit of extra leadership as well. They can perform very nicely also with some apotheosis and harmonic convergence. So Lizards just slowly pushing forward. Skink Skirmisher is going to be trying to push away the throwing axes. Skull Taker behind, he's chilling. We do have the Korn Gores getting poked out now. This is why I don't love Korn Gores in the opener for Korn. Especially to like try and take points early, because you run into situations like this where your opponent has skirmish units that are very well suited for killing Korn Gores. 60 armor is fine. It leaves a lot to be desired. It's not amazing. It's just not terrible. And you can see, just shooting Korn Gores, easiest way to get rid of them. I mean, 725 gold unit that in most circumstances will downtrade, but if they get in the right spot, fighting like a Coldwind Spear Rider or fighting the Feral Carnicer, or heaven forbid a Korn Gore gets on top of Mazda Mundi, they can easily triple their value. They're a very micro-dependent unit. And you need to have really good positioning with them as well. Just throwing them up to a point, letting them get shot up early is really not what you want. Look how close the values are. I would say that's very deceptive because this Korn Gore is very beat up right now. Chaos Warriors getting nailed by the Spear Rider charge, but Korn Warriors are honestly pretty damn good in melee combat. So you got to be super pinpoint with your micro pulling away from these guys, because you can see even the little bit of time that they get chipping away at some of the stuck models, they actually got some pretty okay value. you know, not an amazing trade for them, obviously, because they don't have the advantage in terms of charge bonus and positioning, but it's better than nothing. They're going to be difficult to break off this middle point here. This is a little risky. Like, trying to play all 3 points is not really something that I would recommend, especially if your opponent is, like, very consolidated on one objective. With a lord that has, like, nets casts. The last thing you want to do is, like, try to overpress, and then you get netted, and then your opponent just gets great isolations on your units and just hammers you to bits. Playing a little bit more patiently would be pretty huge right now. And another thing, when you see your opponent having their own split-up formation as Korn, you have the speed as the Blood God to punish that a lot of the time. Instead of having your horsemen all the way over here just by themselves with Skull Taker, what you want to do, you keep them on this side of the field to start. You see that your opponent has Skink Skirmishers over here. Your horsemen are not going to win that fight, especially with the fact that the Skinks could have retreated to friendly lines, screened your horsemen off. Rotate around to support the Korn Gores, and then when you see the Chameleon Skinks over there, you use the Korn Gores to push and take ground, and you can use your horsemen at that stage to try and get on top of the Chameleon Skinks. And if the Coldwood Spear Riders want to try and stop that, that's where the Korn Gores come in, because they can easily push back the Coldwood Knights. And you can have killed the Chameleons at that stage without too many issues. Now you're kind of like force pathing your way onto the third objective here. Where your infantry will grind really well. You're leaving their flanks a little open, though, to your enemy's missile line. Granted, Chameleons don't have amazing AP values, but when they're firing into the rear of Chaos Warriors of Korn, they will still be able to do some pretty good damage. And you also have to remember, Skull Taker, as tanky as he is, with Gore Feast and crazy high leadership, spawning on top of the Temple Guard and with a Feral Carnosaur attacking him repeatedly, it's a pretty scary fight. Definitely not one that you want to just be sitting and trying to persevere through. Really nice banishment about to come down. Throwing axes need to be in a little bit better position. I make this mistake all the time, though. These guys are really short range. It can be a little difficult to get them into a spot where they can be super effective. Because if they're firing from max distance, they're not really all that accurate. Instead of being back here, though, where they are now, you want to get them positioned like this. Basically, they're a secondary line. And the reason that you want to have them all the way around a fight is if your opponent tries to disengage or an untimely break happens and you can rear charge with the Korn throwing axes, you absolutely should, because these guys are beast mode in melee combat. When their charge bonus is active, they will absolutely annihilate cheap infantry like Skinks. So honestly, the throwing axes right now could be charging up in here and doing a lot more work. Because if you get rid of these Skink cohorts, that leaves the Temple Guard and the Feral Carnosaur vulnerable to the full surround that you have. And that's where the throwing axes, with a little infantry buffering, can absolutely unload on Mazdamundi. They will easily annihilate him with 3 or 4 concentrated volleys. Doesn't matter how much healing he's trying to throw down on himself. It's not going to save him. Korn Gore's getting overwhelmed by Source Warriors. Source Warriors, just a great unit. They punish Korn Gores. They also annihilate Marauders of Korn. Which is why I like to see the Chaos Warriors in here. This is one of their better matchups. They're just really solid and dependable. Even if they don't value trade amazingly, oftentimes they're soaking up a ton of missile fire. And they just hang in with their good leadership to allow like Minotaurs and throwing axes a lot of extra time to get the real work done. Piston kind of doing what I was suggesting here finally. You see some of the Skink cohorts out of position. Full surround coming in now. The Temple Guard going down pretty hard currently, with Mazdamundi just eating throwing axe fire right now to the face. Definitely not great for him. He's losing about 200 HP every time he's getting hit by a set of shooters here. Pops the Apo on himself, but again, gotta love the fact that fire damage is debuffing heals. Makes Korn very strong. if you know what you're doing. Because your opponent like pops a heal, they think they're going to get away scot-free and they're going to get a bunch of extra health, but then it's a little bit less than what they were imagining. They're not as prepared to save these guys who are still really low. And you can just continue to push with the infantry. This honestly has gone really well for Korn. Despite some poor value trading on the number 1, it has actually brought a lot of units out that the Lizardmen could be using in the main fight over there. Like all these Coldwind Spear Riders, the Saurus Warriors, the Chameleon Stalkers, who are actually getting absolutely wrecked by the Fleshhounds right now. Fleshhounds are a pretty good unit, dude. They're very micro-intensive, and they can absolutely get folded up by one good charge from your opponent. But if you use Fleshhounds well, there's not a lot of people who are going to be able to stand up to you because they're so fast. Their weapon strength is so high, when their charge bonus is going off, they will rip and tear through anything that isn't heavily armored. Look at Skull Taker here. 270 HP, barely hanging on. And still going, man. Red Crested Skinks get up in here and are just getting absolutely bulldozed right now. I mean, it's a full-on press for Korn now. It's the last thing that you want to see playing into the Blood God. You cannot get behind like this and then have like a huge wave of Korn infantry that's still fairly functional. Beautiful banishment, though, although it is going to roast some of the friendly Saurus Warriors here. Not amazing. Ruination of Cities, honestly kind of terrible. It really didn't hit much of anything worth talking about there. And the Minos are getting a good surround on the Bastiladon here, who they'll easily punish. You know, the immune to flanking that Bastiladons have is kind of nice, but the melee attack of Minotaurs of Korn is high enough that they're just going to kind of work around that and ignore it completely. They'll be able to hit against this thing pretty consistently, although it seems like they're having a little bit of trouble right now. It seems like maybe they're just not piled into combat super well against it. Now they're starting to get some attacks in there and do some serious work against it. Chaos Warriors. This is a very important thing to do in matchups that are like still reasonably close, where you have a leg up, but you got some like tattered infantry supporting kind of a blob fight. When your opponent's bringing mobility in like this, like the Feral Cold Ones getting in on your flank, do not eat the rear charge. Absolutely do not ever, ever, ever let that happen. Grab your Minotaurs and grab your infantry and countercharge these Feral Cold Ones right now. Because if they get rear charged here, they're going to lose Frenzy, they're going to lose a ton of leadership. And when Frenzy wears off, there's terror routes available, right? The Bastiladons can throw those terror routes down, believe it or not. And without the Frenzy, you don't have ITP, which makes Korn very vulnerable to factions that have terror-causing units, actually. It's one of the like lesser-known issues that the Blood God can run into. Minos going down here. They got 1900 value, though. And I think Korn will be fine. They got a bunch of Forsaken coming up who are really strong. Got some more Fleshhounds. Skull Taker is alive. I would just get him, you know, back in these trees even. Just running as far away as possible. And you should be able to hold on to either the triple or a double cap, but it looks like a triple cap is going to be held on to. These Fleshhounds out here on the number 1 objective that Piston's been throwing around are just doing serious work, man. I mean, really efficient Fleshhound play this time around, which I really like. They're a great hit-and-run unit. The problem I see most people make with them is they just send them into melee combat and keep them there. With their armor and their really low melee defenses, just gonna do them in at the end of the day. Spear Riders get on top of Skull Taker, and he is definitely going down here. You can see the bike sputtering and explodes. Skull Taker gets thrown clear. And just one Demon Engine lying in ruins on the ground now. Man, Chaos Warriors of Korn, one of them there with 600 value. Forsaken, 700 value on this one. How's the other doing? Not nearly as much. But Forsaken have ITP at base, so they can fight on a Bastiladon and not lose a bunch of leadership, and it won't matter. Or if they do lose a bunch of leadership, it won't matter. Because they still won't be terror routed, which is nice. Red Crested Skinks get a good charge off. Skinks actually have pretty good charge bonus for an infantry unit. You can see how quickly they're chipping through the Forsaken. Definitely not a great fight for Korn there. Really need these Flesh Hounds to punish a little bit. Exalted Bloodletters could also do it. Looks like they cleaned up some units in the backfield, maybe. Either that or they came... Oh, no, I think they killed these Feral Cold ones back there. So they got a little bit of a head start on the Hellblade, which is really powerful for them. Flesh Hounds going after Mazdamundi here, it looks like. Big old toad trying to float away now. One of the better uses for Flesh Hounds is to actually do stuff like this. They've got really good mass, so they can lock units in place, believe it or not. Especially ones like Mazdamundi, who are around like 2,500. 3 or 4 Flesh Hounds getting in front of them will just absolutely keep them from maneuvering at all. But we do get a good charge of the Spear Riders. They are going to take these Fleshies down. Leadership real bad on these guys because of Skulltaker dying. Lizard's getting a little bit of pushback on the number 3. But the Exalted Bloodletters are going to make that a pretty tough task. They can sit here and probably grind through all of these infantry units. And they can do reasonably well against Spear Riders, actually. Exalted Bloodletters just have amazing AP values and pretty good stats. Provided, of course, they're not getting blinded. This Solar Engine has been such a pain for Korn. Just the fact that the Solar Engines can constantly debuff enemy units with the blinded effect, as well as putting down good damage on the missile, is invaluable. It is, without a doubt, one of the strongest Lizardmen units. And it gives perfect vigor in a massive radius around it. I mean, 55 meters is pretty huge. You compare that to something like Shield of the Old Ones, that's 35 meters, which is a much smaller circle. It's pretty significant, the difference between the aura sizes. So these Solar Engines can be a great anchor piece for your army. They can turn position into an unbreakable bastion, almost.
There is only defeat.
That's probably the thing that would have helped the Lizards out the most. The Solar Engine was in the back line for a lot of that game. If it had been on the middle objective, fighting toe-to-toe with all the infantry, then I think we would have seen a much better hold from the Lizards on the number 3 here. Because what happened is they got good value on Korn, as, you know, the heavily armored warriors were just tottering over to get in position. And they got a lot of early damage, the Lizardmen did, but the second the melee fight turned into an actual grind, that's where Korn just took the game over, because Chaos Warriors, that's what they do, man. They love being in fights, they love butchering people, and they'll wade through skinks endlessly. I mean, a skink cohort will bounce off of a Chaos Warrior of Korn every single time. It's a very rare exception that a skink cohort's able to do any real damage. You need your Red Cresteds, you need your Feral Cold ones, you need Spear Riders, Ancient Salamanders, stuff like that to hammer down these Chaos Warriors of Korn. This is probably a pretty even matchup, but the reason that the Lizards win so often is because Korn, while they do have lots of good tools to take on the Lizardmen, it comes down to builds oftentimes. Like, the Lizards can skew their builds very heavily to counter a variety of Korn builds for this matchup. And their roster's just a little bit more versatile, I would say, than Korn's. Having really good magic and lots of slows and nets can also help tremendously, because Korn hates being CC'd. There's nothing worse than trying to run in as a melee-centric faction and your opponent hits you with a net of Amatok and says, nope, sorry, get bent. It hurts, man. Played one game of Empire versus Korn. Let me check for that one. Give me a sec. We'll get there eventually, though. We've got a good bit of time left. Oh, here it is. Hell yeah. I've got a few notes about the starting army, but it looks pretty good overall. Going this deep into Marauders is definitely something you need to be pretty careful of, especially against the Empire. Empire has the Sunmaker. You need to be prepared for the possibility that it comes out onto the field, because it's a very good counter for Mantide builds, which Korn can do to pretty big success against the Empire. Another thing about the Marauder front lines for Korn is that they get flattened by heavy cavalry pretty easily, and that's like the Empire's, you know, one of their best tools is the Empire Knights and Knights of the Blazing Sun, Knights of the Black Rose, stuff like that. Marauders just get absolutely annihilated by army compositions that go into the Heavy Knights. So having a little bit of armor can be a pretty big thing for Korn to have. Very long-range shots from the Skull Cannon. Not really making a lot of contact right now. This is the problem with Skull Cannons. Okay. So when you see it miss one shot, you need to be very sparing with the ammo on these things. They actually fire pretty quickly. And if you're not timing up the shots well, you'll just end up doing this, where you just whiff like over and over and over again. It's really annoying. Take them off fire at will is the first thing you do. You don't need to put Skull Cannons on guard mode. I'll explain why later. But you need to drive within half range of the full firing arc, because that's where Skull Cannons start to get really accurate and they can really throw down some punishment. Believe it or not, targeting the Royal Altar of Griffites is actually the right call, because Skull Cannons kill models. Because their missile hits pretty hard. So they can kill like 1 or 2 Griffite models with each shot, which is actually pretty impactful. Your opponent is dodging though. So if they're dodging like this, what you want to do instead, stop shooting at the Royal Altar of Griffites, drive a little closer, and hit the Great Swords. Because you can see how much damage it does to infantry. I mean, absolutely huge, huge damage values there. Vortex hit pretty much the entire unit. Follow-up shot, a little inaccurate. You just need to be, the Skull Cannons are a great unit, but you have to be good with your micro to use them. You want to swap targets often. You want to make sure that you're within a close distance just outside of your opponent's missile unit line. And then you can get some really good value that way. Just continuing to plink away from long distance, you're just going to keep getting instances like this where you just overshoot massively. Another thing that you can do with Skull Cannons, which is kind of fun. So your opponent is pretty decently positioned here, but the Royal Altar of Griffites are on this side of the formation. You know, they're going to be helping out on the flank here. Take the Skull Cannon and use its speed. Maneuver up to the other side of the formation. And what you want to do is actually get a line of fire where you've got your Skull Cannon on the green line here. You can fire down the full length of infantry units and do disgusting damage to them. And it's very safe. It's very hard to punish Skull Cannons doing maneuvers like that. Your opponent either needs nets and melee cav, or they need like really heavy AP missiles. And while the Huntsmen do have a bonus versus large and decent damage values, excuse me, my bad. Skull Cannons with 110 armor are just not going to care too much about the missile fire from them. This is very aggressive to be pushing the Empire like this. It's another thing you need to be careful of. Like, yeah, you got the number 3 objective, that's well and good, but your opponent has most of their forces concentrated to answer what you've got on the field. You know, they've got their Huntsmen killing some Fleshhounds over here. They're shooting Furies as well once they clean that up. Huntsmen here, poking away at the Marauders with the dual weapons. Bloodletters and Korngors piling into combat against greatswords. Bloodletters will beat the greatsword pretty comfortably, but the Korngors don't really want to be taking a bunch of damage here. And you're maybe overblobbing the infantry a little bit too much. Preferably you get the Korngors to get a surround, because your opponent's got the Royal Altar of Griphites committed on top of a Skulltaker here. The reason that you loop around with the Korngors is because then they don't have to fight the Spearmen. Luckily, the Spearmen do break, but if you had the Korngors in better position, they could be doing a little bit better damage to the Royal Altar of Griphites, who are a really obnoxious unit that you just don't want to have to be contending with too much. Good Fury dives for the most part, but you did wait a little long. Now the Empire Knights are in. They get a great rear charge on the Furies here. And the Huntsmen are pulling away, and your opponent is, trying to use the Spearmen to kind of peel off the Fury models. And once Furies get surrounded, their leadership just breaks immediately, and they'll crumble out, and that really sucks, because they're a good unit for 650, but if they're not getting their value back, they're usually just ending up being a big point sink for you, and people very often, when they start to get down as Korn, will just panic summon Furies out, which is often the wrong inclination. The most important thing you can do with Furies is stuff like this. Like, you're diving the front here, which is what you honestly should have been doing with your Furies back here. Like, the Furies that were diving in the back here on the Huntsmen were diving with their back to spawn points, which is never something they should do. If you want to dive missile units that are in the back line, you should actually dive the front of the unit, which makes it harder for cavalry to then engage the Furies. If you land on the rear of the missile unit, your opponent just gets a free charge on the Furies, which sucks. In the front line is where you want to get the rear charges with the Furies. You fly over the top of the melee unit, and then you drop down from behind. You debuff the leadership, and your infantry in the front line will then have a little bit of a better fight, where they're able to just focus on a more select number of models, while you're doing like double damage effectively to the enemy unit here. And then you get a breakthrough, and then you can push the missile line. There's two ways to dive missiles as Korn. You either just get an overwhelming number of Furies and Fleshhounds, which has a lot of risks to it. I wouldn't really recommend it, and just like go full bore to flank overload and dive the missiles themselves. Or what you do as Korn is you try and make use of your infantry and their like superior combat stats to break through, right? So you bring some dual weapon warriors, you can bring marauders, but if you go for that style, I would recommend some Forsaken, as well as some Bloodletters. And you use the Furies, what you do with the Furies, if you're trying to get through the front line first and then into the missiles, use the Furies to just fly overhead of your opponent's missile units. Fly around as erratically as possible, force the missiles to be turning every which way, try and get them to stop shooting at stuff on the front line for a minute. Your opponent will like bring their knights up, but they'll be passive with the knights because they're expecting you to dive the missiles. You then use the Furies 110 speed to immediately motor up into the front line where your forces should be grinding fairly effectively. You get the rear charges on all these squishy Empire Spears. And Empire Spears have okay leadership, but it's only 60. If they take damage and then get rear charged, they will break in a heartbeat, and they'll be running for their lives. They will not be rallying anytime soon. And once you've killed the infantry, the knights, they'll come in. They'll be able to hold off the pressure a little bit, but your infantry at that stage should be able to maneuver around enough to be able to get up on top of one or two of the missile units, and hopefully you've got a couple Furies that can then take advantage of the fact that the knights are up in the front line to actually kill the missile units, and you can get crazy value that way. It's micro-intensive, it's involved, you have to play very patiently and very carefully, and of course your opponent's playing the game too, so you need to respond to that. But it helps a lot against the Empire especially. The Empire, honestly, they have two ways they play this. They go super crazy wide man-tide like they did here, or they bring absolutely zero infantry and they go for like full kite builds. I've run into that plenty of times, and that can be really hard to handle. It is doable, though. I like the Korn Gore inclusion. They can be really strong in this matchup as long as you got some mass to help them out. The Empire is in a little trouble here. I mean, they're capping the number 2 right now because they got a Spearman that broke through and is getting on it. The number 1 is held pretty securely by Korn, and the number 3 is in flux, I would say. Outrider grenade launchers are an amazing unit for killing Korn Gores, because these grenade launchers hit hard as hell. They do a ton of damage. But they do get shut down with the Bloodletters, and the Bloodletters got 900 value, and a beautiful Sword of Korn comes in, karate chopping the poor Outriders. They're pretty much dead already. They do have 41 models, and they haven't broken on the leadership. Honestly, a regrowth for the Outriders right now wouldn't be a bad idea, because you desperately need them as the Empire currently. Korn should really try and resecure this number 2. It could be a little tough, though. Like, a lot of the infantry for Korn is looking pretty beat up now. And you do have some Empire Greatswords over here. And Greatswords aren't an amazing unit, but they're heavily armored enough. With a good enough bonus versus infantry, they should be able to easily clear out the remaining Marauders here. So, Empire looks like they might be, reconsolidating their forces for the late game here. Korn doesn't have a huge lead, and there have been some pretty incredible regrowths that have gone down. Saw a really nice one on the Royal Altar of Griffites. I think I saw another one on one of the Empire Knights that's running around here. Just continuing to be disruptive, trying to bait the Korn Gores out of their bracing. Korn Gores, they can countercharge cavalry because they do have an okay charge bonus for a halberd unit. Typically speaking, though, Korn Gores just want to be braced like any other spear unit. And you can use some of your other stuff to like countercharge the knights. You've got Minotaurs with 1400 value, which is great, but they do need to help out this number 3 objective, because this position's about to get compromised. You've got a terror-causing unit in the Royal Altar of Griffites getting up into the front. They immediately terror out one of these Marauders, and the Empire Knights getting in on the flank against the Korn Gores, lowering their leadership pretty incredibly. And look at that, man. Immediate terror out on this Korn Gore unit. The other one here is probably also going to break. Brutal losses for Korn, man. This is one of the risks of them. Korn Gore's leadership can totally be circumvented just by overwhelming them with mobility and numbers. And their ability procs, but not before they're already proper routing. They'll just get chased off the map now. And a 725 gold unit with only 243 value, pretty ick. The other one did okay, though. Karl Franz chasing Skulltaker. You know, pretty good use of his time. Oh, and Skulltaker's on Cold Tyrann here. On his Juggernaut, which is pretty sick. He has not gotten any value, though. Oh, no. That's unfortunate. Skulltaker looking like one of the weak links. The infantry have been holding pretty nicely. The Minotaurs and the Chaos Warriors here, at the very least, should be able to get some pretty good value. But some terror-causing units on the way in from the flank, and the numbers for the Empire finally starting to shine through again. Korn is not going to be able to hang on to these points. They lost the number 3 before the Chaos Warriors come up. This is typically why you start out with Chaos Warriors of Korn, because in late game fights like this, you can see, man, they lost their Frenzy, because the leadership is tanking for them. And then Karl Franz comes in, and the Royal Altar of Griffites, and they tear out all of the important Korn stuff. And the leadership for Korn dying as well is always a big pain, because you're so reliant on Frenzy. Any leadership malices can get rid of the benefits of having this, and this is like 90% of what makes Korn good, is the fact that they get Frenzy on everything that has the mark, right? The spell resistance is fine, it's decent, same with the armor, but you lose melee defense, So if you lose Frenzy, which is what is increasing your melee attack as well as your weapon strength and charge bonus, you've basically functionally lost any benefit of playing as Korn to begin with, right? All your units are way less effective. You can see here, these Chaos Warriors are surrounded. Empire Knights and the Swordsmen almost have equal stats to them now. They'll be able to hold because their 110 armor is just so hard to get through. But they're not clearing through things as fast as they could be, right? They're going to eventually rout here. Just going to get overwhelmed. And the Empire just needs to take this #1 objective, which honestly shouldn't be too far in the coming. Just more good engagements here. Fleshhounds getting flattened by the Empire Knights and the Royal Altdorf Gryphites. Another Sword of Korn coming down. Pretty nice sword. Here's the thing about Sword of Korn, as good as it is, honestly, I would say what you should always be using instead is the Korn Tier 1 army ability. Horn is amazing. 24 melee attack for close to 30 seconds is always better than the sword. Sword is kind of useful in late game situations where you need to break up large cores of enemy infantry. Like killing all these spearmen would be pretty great. You do have Furies, though, to clear this, and the Bloodletters are holding on for dear life right now. I've really loved these Bloodletters, dude. I mean, they've been doing amazing work. Even against Empire Knights, you can see them doing some pretty good damage. A lot of that is just their solid melee attack for their price, as well as the good weapon strength with all of this AP, man. Easily going to be able to clear through these knights. And as long as Korn is hanging on to this point, they're going to be able to walk away the win here. You do need to break these spearmen, preferably before they get in, but it's a little late for that now. Empire needs to play pretty carefully, but they also need to play quickly for this other side of the field. I would say both this spearman and this halberd need to go off to the #1 objective over here, because it's looking really hazardous right now for the Empire. They got quite a few idling units, and Korn's pressure on the middle is just really not there. Korn is pretty much all-inning on this back point now. Grenade launchers come out, but they get caught by Furies. Really nice for Korn. Fleshhounds get in on the flank, and they do trap a lot of the models here, but there are spears also. They might be able to finish off the Fleshhounds if the Fleshhounds stay here. One Fury crumbling out. That demonic instability is just so punishing, dude. But reasonably good value. Oh no, but the other Fury is also crumbling. Huge loss. The Korn Gores are just towing the line as best they can. Same with the Bloodletters. Bloodletters paid for themselves both times they came out. There's only one in the army. And it got 900 the first time. And now it's up to 1650, so about 750 the second go-around. I would say that's good enough. Maybe some more Bloodletters would have been nice. Maybe just Marauders and a couple Bloodletters to take engagements against the infantry corps of the Empire would have been nice. I do think Chaos Warriors are a little bit more consistent. But the nice thing about Bloodletters is in the late game, since they're a demonic unit, they don't get affected by fear or terror. So, situations where, you know, your opponent's lord or a couple of units is just terror routing all of your chaff, you can just bring out something a little bit more elite that'll maybe hold a little bit easier for you. Damn, this is so close, dude. This is a pretty good matchup for Korn. Empire has to do a lot right to win this matchup. And Melkor did a pretty good job of just isolating units one by one. Staying scrappy and getting good heals off is the biggest thing. This Jade Wizard probably healed up about 2,000 gold's value worth of damage. Some of it on Emperor Franz here, but also on some Empire Knights, and especially the Royal Altdorf Gryphites, who were basically on the field all game. They only just now went down. I think they had 2,700 value. You can't go wrong with that. That's just juicy as hell. Awakening of the Wood, I would really not be bringing against Korn, though. I would just bring Earthblood. It's always going to be better. Because Awakening of the Wood is losing 35% of its damage onto any of the Korn units. The slow is nice, but it's not that great. You know, it wears off after 12 seconds. I mean, I guess that's a fairly decent period of time to debuff speed. I just still think Earthblood's better, because there's nothing Korn can do to mitigate Earthblood healing. The only thing they can do to stop that is to kill the wizard, and that's actually kind of difficult. Because these wizards get the protection of the Prince and Emperor, who will bully most of the Korn lords. Certainly any of the demons, since you got magic attacks, great weapon strength, but even Valkia can struggle against Karl Franz. Good isolation over here. Korn did try to press this back objective one last time. One last ride of the Bloodletters. They are getting pummeled a little bit this time around, but they're still getting okay value. Oh god, dude. I always forget how effective Bloodletters are.
Glory is yours.
They're definitely the best of the baseline demon infantry. Just the AP and the AP and the solid melee attack makes up for a lot of the weaknesses they might have to like shock damage and such, because they'll get tossed around by an Empire Knight early, right? But if the Empire Knight sticks around for any amount of time, Bloodletter will be almost as good as a Korn Gore in the prolonged engagement. I mean, they don't have the same bonus versus large, obviously, so they hit a little less consistently, but they're just really hard to break down since they don't Terror Route, and as good as Korn Gores can be, there's a lot of risks to them. I mean, we saw them Terror Route a really horrible time for Korn, and I think if the Terror Route didn't go down on the Korn Gores, out on that number 3 objective towards the middle of the game, we could be talking about the Blood God having gotten a win here. Oh, that makes sense. I mean, it's a pretty similar looking tooltip to Earthblood. But it was really well played, Melkor. That's a really tough matchup for the Empire. Korn, typically speaking, just has the Empire's number. I mean, they just armor push you with Warriors, Forsaken. They can throw out Bloodletters and kill you also. Korn Gores, Furies, Fleshhounds, Blood Beasts, Minotaurs. Skull Cannons are pretty good against Empire. There's a lot of great tools for Korn here. You played it about as well as you could to take a win there. Lot of Lizardmen players. Lizardmen are a very beginner-friendly faction. I honestly am a little surprised to see them because, you know, I don't see that many people play them. So it's just nice to have more folks get in there, though, and show it off. Might be the most chaotic game you'll ever see. It's close, Melkor. It's definitely one of the more chaotic games I've seen. But if you go back a little while, like maybe 4 or 5 months ago on my channel, you'll watch a game where I literally tie with somebody in domination mode. It's the only one I've ever seen. It was a game between me and Stingers, who's playing High Elves. It was a crazy game. Absolutely nuts. Super fun. If you ever want to watch probably the most hog-wild game I've ever played in Total Warhammer, that would be the one to go check out. Because from wire to wire, we were just scrapping each other into a stalemate. We were fighting over one objective for the entire game, pretty much. And it just kept flipping back and forth between us. Okay. Back to a round 1 game. We got Good Gets versus Archangel here. Give me one sec. I'm going to pause for a minute. I'm going to take a few bites of my food. And then we'll get it rolling. But you can see the armies here. You know, pretty standard opening for the Lizardmen, honestly. Going with a Solar Engine, you can never go wrong, like I said. A couple Spear Riders. Got Skink Skirmishers over here. Cohorts. One Saurus with the shields, and an Ancient Salamander, and a Fire Slan. Love the Fire Slans. They look cool, man. The, like, sunburn orange that they've got going is pretty interesting. And what are the spell choices? Fireball and Burning Head. Honestly, Fireball is going to punish Festus really badly. Because it's not very good against armor, but against lightly armored stuff, Fireball is just really disgusting. Actually a little worried for Festus here, but anyways, we're going to pause for a sec, and I'll be right back. Alright, cool. Thank you for bearing with me. God, these tostadas are so freaking good, dude. Oh, hold up. Yeah, like an actual tie. Like, we both ended up with 1,500 points at the same time. It's exceptionally rare. I know, like, one other person who said they had a tie before. Anyways. Skink Skirmishers going to the number 3, easily going to be able to outshoot Marauder Horsemen of Nurgle. The Marauder Horsemen of Nurgle are a little bit better at pure ranged combat than the other throwing axe variants. Because these guys have shields, which is amazing. You cannot underestimate a shield for your skirmish cav. It makes a big difference for them. That being said, obviously a shield does not help against, like, superheated plasma, essentially. The Ancient Salamander just nailing him with a volcanic shot there. Good damage on the other side, too. Actually killing quite a few models off these guys. Pretty brutal. Oh, and the Solar Engine also chipping in. Going into the Lizards, honestly, Solar Engines are part of the reason why I typically don't ever open up with throwing axes against the Lizardmen. Because not only do you have to deal with the frickin' skinks, who you're almost always going to see in some way, shape, or form, you just lose so many models off your cavalry. I mean, this is punishing fire. I mean, you're down 17 horsemen. That's a lot of damage to be losing off these guys. They do maneuver over, and they are getting some shots off on the Spear Riders here. A Burning Head going down. Honestly, not the worst cast in the world. Maybe could have been a little bit better with the positioning on it, but it does get some good damage, and it breaks the leadership with the burnt effect. So Nurgle losing a lot of momentum in the early game, man. I mean, if they lose all 3 of these horsemen, like they very well might, I mean, they rally in here, but then they have the Spear Riders right on their tail, just chipping through them. We could be talking about, what is it? They're 650 gold each. 1,950 gold lost for Nurgle right off the bat. This is why you ignore these value bars. One of the things that I realized about this is that it doesn't count the HP damage as much as it's counting entity losses. Entity losses for units counts a lot more for the gold damage value than it does for anything else. Like, HP damage is almost superficial for the purpose of this gold damage value bar, which is why it's so deceptive. You can just honestly never tell what it's trying to communicate to you. You gotta read the battlefield more than anything to know what's up. Very heavily blobbed infantry. Ouch. Big ouch. It could have been worse, but it's definitely going to get... Oh my god, it's going to get a lot worse, man. Now there's a banishment coming in, too. We'll see where this thing rotates. Oh my god, right through the middle of both of these Nurgle units right now. Massive value from that banishment. Up to 1,000? Yeah, about 1,000 value on this guy already, dude. Definitely doesn't want to fight the Nurgle warriors here. Nurgle did take this objective. I don't know how long they're going to hold it, though, is the problem. And the throwing axes are focusing down these Saurus spears here, which isn't bad, but it is going to take them quite a while to kill these Saurus, because Saurus do just have a ton of HP on top of the shields, which is going to make that a very difficult job and process. Pretty nice Rancid Visitations, but we do have a little bit too much focus going in on the Solar Engine. Solar Engines just don't care about getting attacked. They'll fire while they're in combat. Honestly, it would be a little bit better for this Exalted Hero to go kill the Slan Priest right now. Because Festus, he's got the healing elixirs on, I think. Yeah, so he's going to keep the Plague Bearers in the fight long enough to maybe kill the cohort of Sotek here. We'll be a little close, but Plague Bearers just have a ton of HP. They're down to like a fourth of their health in total. They've still got 2,000. Cohort of Sotek are down to about half, and they've got 4,500. Plague Bearers are just thick, dude. It takes ages to kill them, and the Exalted Hero does get over, but Slan is just going to trundle away now. You can see him winding up that great axe, just slaughtering skink cohorts here. The Bilious Thunderguff out here on the field. Not a super common unit, but it does pretty great damage. Hits like a truck. It's got this cool fart ability, Violent Wind, which is just a great name for an ability if you want my 2 cents about it. Should be able to get some pretty good value against the Star Chamber Guardians as long as it's not just totally alone over here. Wow, I've never seen somebody bring Blight Boil either. Honestly did good damage to the Star Chamber Guardians there. But Festus needs to get out. He does not want to be fighting those guys. Nor do the Marauders with the great weapons want to be fighting them. But it's really all that Nurgle has to throw at the wall right now. They do have a value lead. I don't know how true that is, though. I guess it could be fine, because they do have the Chaos Warriors over here with the great weapons. Chewing on the Saurus. They've got the Bilious Thunderguff, which is maybe going to get some okay value. Just really need to do something to shut down these Skink Skirmishers, because if they don't, the Thunderguff is going to die. I mean, these giants only have 50 armor. Yeah, they've got a ridiculous amount of HP. Without any real missile resistance, 15% is okay, but not going to save this thing's bacon. It's going to be a real short game for it. And now you got Salamanders, the Umbral Tide coming in here. Getting their shots off. These guys really cool looking. God, they're so well modeled. And they are just throwing it down from long range currently. Probably have 1,000 value. Oh, nowhere close. I don't know what I'm talking about. Man, I guess the Skink Skirmishers are doing just that much damage. Normally I wouldn't really expect them to, but helps when the unit has no armor. And they are just all hands on deck dragging this big boy down. That's going to be a huge loss, and I don't think that Nurgle is going to recover from that, really. You're also losing the Exalted Hero back here. Slan Fire Priest with 1,900 value, looking pretty healthy, too. The Star Chamber Guardians, you know, they haven't gotten tremendous value up to this point. But they're a pretty tough unit to break in their own right. As long as their Lord is by them, they're actually unbreakable. Do they have Eternal Duty up? They don't. So the Slain should motor over here and make them unbreakable. But even if they don't get that, I think they'll be alright. Another Blight Boil going down. If you're the Lizardmen player, just get away from it next time. Blight Bolt takes a million years to go off. If you see it starting up, just get out of there. It does pretty decent damage, but even with a really great cast, you can see it just looks a little bit lackluster overall. Festus is better off using his Mortis engine to rack up value, in my opinion. And then he can just use, like, Overcasted Fleshy Abundance, Curse of the Leper, or, you know, like, the lore passive of Nurgle to get the heals in. Trying to use Nurgle's damage spells is usually not super worth it unless it's Rancid Visitations and you're overcasting it. And Overcast Rancid Visitations does crazy damage to a single target, so it was being used on the Slam Mage Priest earlier, but it wasn't the Overcast version, so it didn't do nearly as much as it could have. You really need to pick a lane as Nurgle. You either are going for Lord Snipe and a little bit of kite play with some powerful SEs to terror out in the late game, or you're going for an armored check Nurgle push. This build here that Archangel has is a little bit of a middle ground between both of them. And people know how to kill Festus nowadays. When Champions of Chaos released, Festus was a much scarier lord because people didn't really know or understand how to counter him. Wow, look at that fireball. Took a lot of HP out of him. But yeah, nowadays, all you have to do to kill Festus is just get some missiles to shoot him. I mean, he's so squishy, dude. He's got no physical resistance. Missile resistance is only 15%. It's really not that good. He gets beaten by everybody in melee combat as well, so if you have a combat character that can get in on him, there's not a lot you can do to save him. He's best used with, like, squads of characters, like Double Exalted Hero to protect him, stuff like that. Nowadays, people bring the Chaos Sorcerer Lord on the Rot Beast, because the Rot Beast character has a passive heal that's not tied to an ability. You still get all the other good Nurgle spell castings. You get Filth Mace, which is a pretty good item that can help charge army abilities. He's just rock solid, dude. Easily the best Nurgle Lord on a regular basis, but Tamarkon, after a rough start to his multiplayer debut, has come into his own. Turn has really innovated on the Tamarkon builds and makes really good use out of them, so that's another route you can go. For Nurgle fighting the Lizardmen, this is probably a pretty atrocious matchup for Nurgle. Lizards just have good kite, they've got amazing tools to punish you with. They got a lot of fire damage to mitigate your healing as well. Umbral Tide here with 2300 value. Still have a little bit of ammo left. They could probably get another like 400 or 500 more. So many good things that you can do here in this matchup. And Ancient Salamander is pretty good as well. Just barely got its value back, but, you know, a decent amount of that tied up in killing heavily armored infantry. Solar Engine going down. Actually getting killed by Nurglings in the throwing axes here. Nurgle throwing axes are very important, and they were used a little inefficiently. They were shooting this Saurus Spear like all game, and they just didn't really break it down very efficiently. Plague Bearers getting shot up. Cold One Riders trampling around, and the Red-Crested Skinks just taking some engagements. And holding this back point. You know, Nurgle held that objective lead for quite a while, but getting a triple cap here at the end, this is why I say there's always plenty of time to scrap back. As long as you're holding 1 point, you're probably going to be able to go for a triple cap at the end of the game. And if your opponent overplays themselves, which lots of people tend to do, should be not too big of an issue. Getting in there and finding a way to weasel it out at the end. And that's kind of what the Lizards are doing here. They don't even need to hold it for the rest of the game. They've caught up on the points quickly enough. They could just pull back to their home objective now and the number 3 and just while away the time while Nurgle slowly tries to recontest points.
The enemy has captured one of your victory points.
God, the Thunder Guff is just not getting it done, man. I think the idea was that it comes into the radius for the heals around Festus, and that's how it's supposed to be used in this build, but never really got the opportunity to sit and get the benefits of all that passive healing. There's just too much skirmish for the lizards for a lightly armored monster like that. You need something that hits a little bit harder. I'm gonna show off the... Actually, instead of me advising you about the Nurgle matchup, just go watch Turin's build guide for Nurgle, because he will break down all of the intricacies of the matchup itself for you and give you a really good build that you can use. This is probably a Tamarkan matchup. Tamarkan's got a lot of HP, he hits hard, he's got good items and abilities. He's just super punishing. He's definitely what you want to roll in this particular matchup, I would say. Gotta be a little careful with him so he doesn't get killed by some of the skirmish, because, you know, Tamarkan's armor is a little weak, but he is a little bit harder to shoot than something like the Thunder Guff, so he can be a little bit safer, right? Get the Black Cleaver. Nurgle's favorite son is also pretty good, 1850. He's unbreakable, right? As long as you can get him some heals, it's going to be hard to get rid of him completely. You can also do the Chaos Sorcerer Lord, and do Stream and Miasma. Cut all this stuff, get Crown and Filth Mace if you want it, as well as the Rot Beast, and this guy's your only Lord in character, and he can run around, and just drop amazing, clear spells like Stream of Corruption, which is way better than Blight Boil. Blight Boil, garbage compared to Stream of Corruption. This thing is a massive wind spell. Huge cone, long lasting, does an obscene amount of damage when it's overcast. 36 damage per second, 100% of that being armor piercing. Doesn't get much better than that. You throw down like 4 or 5 good streams of corruption in a game, and you can easily get 1,000 value on this guy. He's super consistent, which is why I recommend him in a lot of matchups. He's probably the best lord to start with as the Nurglings. Oh, these are from another week ago. You know what? Let me get rid of these before I start confusing myself. Here we go. Back in it. Ooh. Dwarfs versus Wood Elves? Yes, please. Well, we should watch this Lizardmen Empire game. You know, Melkor versus WM. WM, really good player. Melkor, very, very good Empire player. We'll see what they can get done here. Empire as a faction honestly doesn't have a ton of favorable matchups. They have like a bunch of really even ones that good micro can get them wins in, or they just have some that are abysmally tough for them. Against the Lizards, I would say they have a pretty even matchup here. You just have to execute your build really cleanly in order to take this. The Lizards can just swarm over you with Skinks. Skinks are honestly really good against State Troopers. Chameleon Stalkers are also a pretty good tool in this matchup, because Empire, if they go with artillery, if you can sneak Chameleon Stalkers around the side of the map and get on top of the crews, they will absolutely annihilate artillery crews. Oh, they're bubblegum flavored Chameleon Stalkers too. God, I love these guys. They look so happy as they're trotting along. Right? They're just stoked to be here, man. They just got all the enthusiasm and energy that you could possibly want. Really cool pink tails here. We'll fast forward. It's going to take a little bit of time for both sides to position up. They both went pretty heavily into infantry and slow developing melee units. Good patience here. not getting too antsy and potentially revealing the Chameleon Stalkers, letting the Empire take the point and then scoot their formation over, giving them more room to advance up in a moment here. I really like it. Melkor is getting out halberds. Some more halberds here. Very, very heavy infantry focus here. So, pretty much a Mantide build. I mean, Empire can do it. It's not their best strategy, in my opinion. I think their kite builds are a little bit better overall. Although, kite builds against lizards can be a little risky, because, you know, Mazda Mundi does have Net of Amantok, and it can be incredibly punishing if you slip up even once. So, honestly, just running it with what they have, I think they'll be able to do some pretty good damage. Using the Huntsman to fire at shielded warriors, not what I would be doing. You definitely want to get forward and hit this Stegodon. The Stegodon is not getting a lot of damage done with the Ballista. Instead of doing that, what it should be doing right now is running up here and trampling the State Troopers in the front line, because Empire, they were flipping the number 3 objective for a bit. They're pouring more units up to try and start capping this. Stegos, as long as they're on the move with 110 armor and getting some apotheosis heals from Mazda Mundi, shouldn't be dying to Huntsmen anytime soon. Especially if you're focusing one side of the formation. Like, you'll be getting shot by 2 Huntsmen, but the third will be a little out of position to try and focus you down. If they reposition and scoot over, then you can get a really nice surround here with these guys, and they won't get shot on the way in. They can dumpster some spearmen with the precursor missiles, probably clean up some more of the Huntsmen here. There's a lot you could do as the Lizards to be aggressive right now without overextending yourself. But, you know, it's no big deal. You know, Stegodon's gonna go and poke Emperor Karl Franz here. He's actually lost about 400 HP, which ain't bad. I just don't think the Stegodons had a lot to do with that, though. I don't know what's doing it. It's like no other missiles. Maybe it is the Stego. I don't know how. It's just probably not tracking the value somehow. There's always some shenanigans, right? Saurus Spears fighting against State Troopers. They'll do fine. I mean, Saurus Spears just have good weapon strength, just like the regular Cudgel variant of the Sauri. And their melee attack is mediocre, but for as often as they will be hitting the swordsmen, they'll be putting in a bunch of work against them. You know, there's a reason that the Empire hates Saurus, right? Bok Bok. Love the animations. You do these insane, like, jumping, leaping attacks. But I guess, you know, Saurus are, you know, pretty chunky. They got some serious muscle on them. How much does Saurus weigh from a lore perspective? So you look at them, they're obviously much larger than an Empire State Trooper. They probably weigh like 300 pounds, right? They're like 6'5", 7 feet tall, standing straight up. You know, they look a little shorter because they're like hunched over, right? And that makes the State Troopers look about as tall as them. Not really the case. That Ruination of Cities did great damage. I mean, all of the State Troopers in this portion of the line just get absolutely lit up by that. A little bit of friendly fire was, you know, not great, but I think overall it's going to leave the Lizards in a pretty favorable spot here now. Although Saurus elsewhere on the field are starting to get broken down a little bit. A lot of that is thanks to Greatswords. Greatswords actually putting in a lot of work right now. Very impressed by that. Oh, and this Chameleon Stalker's a little trapped up on Knights right now. They really want to pull out of here. And we do have some Spear Riders getting over. You just need one here. Just make sure that this Spear Rider can get the rear charge on this Empire Knight, send the other across the field to support on the middle objective, and you should be fine. Just don't let Mazda Mundi get surrounded by any Griffites, Royal Altar Griffites, or Karl Franz in on them. and you'll be okay. Coldwind Riders coming in from the flank off the side of the map, getting into the Free Company Militia lines. They should butcher through pretty quickly. Free Company Militia are a respectable hybrid unit for their cost, which is 450, but they will get flattened if a heavily armored unit engages them in melee. They just don't have the damage output to survive this. Yeah, another charge in here from some Coldwind Riders. Knocking a bunch of guys over, but it does... Oh, they've got a charge order on the Outriders. Unfortunate. And look at Karl Franz. Gets a heal, comes back in to the fight. Colossadon Hunter's very low. Not value trading well either. Spear Riders forced to engage here. A lot of mobile units for the Lizardmen. And they do have a little bit of a breakthrough on the number 1 finally. It looks like the Empire meeting their maker a little bit on this objective. We do have more Saurus Spears. Chameleon Stalkers continuing to hold in. This is not Chameleon Stalkers' job though. They're here to get their precursor missiles off and clean up whatever is in front of them. They're not going to do good in just a pure grind engagement because their HP pulls are pretty limited at 5,900 for 90 models. It's not terrible, but it's not great. And they really are supposed to just be used as a sneaky unit, right? As it stands, they're looking a little bit beleaguered. But this is probably going to clean the game up really nicely for the Lizards. Karl Franz does get the regrowth, but he is broken. So all that healing not going to matter as long as the Hunters or the Spears continue to chase him. Even if one of these units goes down, the other should be able to keep up the pressure on Karl Franz. And without their Lord on the field, the Empire's leadership is going to just fall apart, and there's still terror-causing monsters on the field. You see the Stegodon. Did get a couple terror routes here. One Huntsman routing. Both Huntsmen routing for real now. And these Empire State Troopers, these Swordsmen, not going to be too far behind. And the Empire Knights, their leadership's starting to get a little low also. Empire had a little bit of something going on, but I think with the Lizards taking over the number 1 objective, getting a huge win here. I mean, they are crushing everything that the Empire has out on this flank. I mean, they've got all these spearmen running, all of them very beat up and tattered. Coldwind Spear Riders running down Empire Knights currently. Empire Knights, very vulnerable to Lizardmen. Spear Riders, I mean, they just can't really do a lot about it. Empire typically outtrades the Lizards by using stuff like War Wagons to just poke away Coldwind Spear Riders and keep them honest the entire game. Lizards just win the melee grinds more often than not. It's very hard for the Empire to win the straight-up frontline engagements. They actually did okay in some portions of the battlefield, but the Lizardmen numbers and durability has really started to shine out, man. Just waves and waves. Spicy. Anyways, waves and waves of Saurus. Oh my god. Almost got assassinated by a Serrano Pepper Seed, guys.
You have the foe's victory point.
Hit me in the back of the throat. Got me goofing. Anyways. I don't even remember where I was at this point. Just tons of armored infantry against Empire. I mean, we saw it in that game against Korn, where even Marauders can just keep state troopers at bay, and then Empire mobility is relied upon to do all of the heavy lifting. Well, in this matchup, not only does your opponent have superior infantry, they've also got the perfect counter to your heavy knights in the Spear Riders, and that's why I think this matchup is even for the Lizards under any circumstances and conditions, because they can just spam Coldwind Spear Riders all game and get away with murder. Empire needs to play a very, very aggressive kite into Lizardmen. And they really need to make sure that their state troopers don't just get pushed off the map, because you're going to absolutely get stuffed back as the Empire. And it's the worst feeling in the world, too, and that's kind of what's happening now. They take their home objective back, but they lost the middle in the process. The Lizards have just had a ticket lead all game, and they've got a huge value lead now. The Appos from Mazdamundi have been great. He's got 315 kills also. The Banishment and Ruination of Cities, obviously doing a lot of work there. Karl Franz did rally, but he's just under so much pressure from the Colossedon Hunters. He can't land on any of the infantry because they'll poke him back pretty badly. And anytime he lands on the edge of a fight, Coldwind Spear Riders have been not far behind to follow up on him and really hammer him down. And a Netta Amontok on the way out for the Colossedon Hunters to get in on our boy here, putting quite a bit of pressure on him. Breaking his leadership, 488 HP. Is he gonna die before the game ends? Come on. Let's see it. Nah, he's running away. Flying combat is really janky. It's very hard for units to hit routing units in the sky. Although they're actually doing a pretty good job here. A little surprised. Can't remember the last time I saw something chasing in the sky and actually making consistent contact. Poor Franz, dude. Yeah, nets are such a scary thing to run into. People who are really good at the Net of Amontok casts are some of my least favorite people to play, because I'm a very aggressive player. I love trying to press an advantage that I may have and try and capitalize on early openings, and Net of Amontok just completely shuts down that avenue of approach. It's pretty awesome. You gotta be very careful around it. So here's the thing that you could have done as the Empire in that game. Where is it? Here it is. Mazdamundi, right? Good lord, hard to kill, not really worth diving. Not in the early game, at least. He's only got 34 speed, right? Net of Amontok has a 100-meter cast range. That's actually pretty short. You can just maneuver your mobility to the side of the formation where Mazdamundi is not present. Play over there for a minute, pull Mazdamundi over, use your mobility to then rotate behind your own lines, and get onto the other side of your enemy's formation. And you just play keep away. Just don't give him anything to net, and he can't do anything. You don't really have anything to do with Karl Franz anyways in this matchup. I mean, he can 100% body Stegos or Mazdamundi, but not if you're going to get netted as a result. The best thing you could have done with Karl Franz is use him to dive Saurus Spears that were already engaged against your state troopers. Because you get terror routes on Saurus. You're relatively safe because you got infantry support by you. He'll take a little damage. Your opponent might get complacent and not be using Mazdamundi aggressively enough, and then maybe you can find an opening to get in on him at that point. That is kind of a tough map for the Empire against Lizards. Glade of the Everqueen is pretty small, as you can see. We've seen lots of games on it at this point. It's pretty hard to maneuver around cleanly with some of these wider factions like the Empire. You can run out of room pretty quickly. If your opponent really gets a good jump on you, they can just absolutely press you back into the forests, and then you'll never escape from there. It's a fun map. It's probably one of my least favorite of the most common competitive maps in the game, though. That's just my 2 cents, personally. Boris, I would say, is definitely the better option, and here's the other reason for that. Where's our boy Boris? There you are. Boris on Imperial Griffin. You can bring the White Cloak. You don't have to. It's kind of nice, though. Just try and make him as cheap as possible. Crush the Weak and Runefang, probably going to be enough for you. Hold the Line, may be worth it. The leadership and melee defense is nice at the very least, so maybe you do add it in. Boris has Crush the Weak, which is another leadership debuff, on top of the Blood Roar. So he's a little bit better at causing terror routes, and he will easily be able to terror out Saurus. And since he's got Midland Runefang, he's got a passive heal. So you don't even have to bring a life caster at that point. And you can bring any other magic that you want. You could do Burning Head, which is really good against lizards, because it's good against skinks and Saurus. Falls off a little bit against the Saurus armor, but not that much. You can do Metal Magic, which would synergize really well with your Huntsman core, because you got Plague of Rust, which lowers armor. Huntsmen don't have great AP, but they do hit pretty hard if the opponent is not very well endowed on the protection front. So you can use upgraded Plague of Rust to punish your opponent. Searing Doom is really good at killing everything except for single entities and monstrous infantry. You just drop this all game on top of your opponent's cavalry as they try to engage. Drop it on their source in the front line. You will get lots of value with your caster. And this guy's cheap as hell, too. So then you just fill out with all the other stuff that you already had, and I think you'd be pretty set. What else can you do? There's an argument to be made that a Deathcaster is pretty good. Spirit Leech and Fate of Buna, both really good spells against lizards. The reason for that is that Fate of Buna, super expensive single target removal. It will one-shot Umbral Tide and Salamander and Razordawn hunting packs, but it'll do like 2/3 of the HP on a Cold One Spear Rider, so you can get a big leg up on mobility in the early portions of games with Death Magic. And then you can just hound the lizards endlessly, because if the lizards lose the support of their Cold One Knights for too long and their infantry gets hammered down, it takes way too long for the lizards to build back up to get back on points, especially with the Empire throwing out like guns and more cavalry. They can really swarm over the lizards, funnily enough. You can do a light caster as well. There's so many good lores of magic for the Empire. They've got literally all of the good ones. You know, all of the lores of magic have a time and place. Shadows is another one that has good answers for the heavy cavalry. Lore of Beasts has Flock of Doom. Flock of Doom can be pretty good against the Cav as well. Heavens is probably the worst lore in that matchup. I just don't love the Lore of Life for the Empire. It can be amazing, but I find it to be a little bit better for the Empire if instead of going for regrowth, they just spam Earthblood all game. The reason for that is you get solid healing out of Earthblood, but you've also got the lore passive. You can't forget about Life Bloom. A 0.2 heal per second is honestly pretty incredible if it's perpetual. So if you just spam regrowth all game, you will get a ton of extra healing from Life Bloom, which can make a huge difference to winning or losing games. And since Earthblood is an AoE, you can hit more of your stuff with it. And I find that to be better on the whole, because you want to make sure that your expensive units, like Royal Altar of Griffites, have infantry to maneuver around. Because the thing about infantry is that infantry is not there to unga bunga into your opponent's formation, right? Infantry play and micro has less to do with ordering them to attack things and more about forcing your opponent to interact with your infantry. You don't use your infantry to charge into your opponent as the Empire. You want to drag your enemy's mobile units into the spearmen by running your own cavalry back through the spears, right? If you do that, then whatever is chasing your cavalry will get stuck on the spears. You can then get a bunch of free value for you. You outposition your opponent with infantry. You don't just outtrade them. More often than not, at least. Domination mode is just all about combined arms, you know? There's not a very heavily defined meta in this game mode. And for a reason, because you really can mix and match builds. Not quite endlessly, but damn near. With just 24 factions in the game, every unit and every matchup is going to have some kind of unique little nuance and interaction that's worth exploring and, you know, figuring out so that you have a leg up over the opposition. And that means that people experiment a lot, you know. Even in high-level games, with, like, really sweaty people who are, like, trying to win, like, all the leaderboard qualifying tournaments, even in those upper levels, you see some very off-meta builds. Because, you know, you go into the shadows, you get on ladder, and you just grind out and tech some really wacky build that somehow works, and you just bring that in, and people aren't expecting it, and then you just laugh as you dominate your opponent. It's pretty cool. Demon Sorcerer on foot here with Reforge and Ash Storm, so going for a little bit of utility with that guy. Fate of Buna, Soul Blight, Life Leeching, of course. Why would you never... I mean, you have to bring Chalice of Blood and Darkness. You are legally obligated as the Chaos Dwarfs to bring this character with one of the most powerful heals in the game. Really nice Arrow of Kurnus going down from Sisters of Twilight. Or, sorry, that's the Eagle Quiver. Totally different from Arrow of Kurnus, guys. It looks the same, does the same damage, but it's totally different. Trust me. They're wasting a lot of ammo just shooting into trees right now. Not great for them.
We have a victory point.
They do have a lot of ammo. I don't know what it is about the Sisters of Twilight. They do not have 14 shots. That is just nonsense. That's shenanigans. They've got closer to like 30 ammunition. I think it might be because technically the ammunition is counting for one of the sisters and not for both. But they've got way more than it says on the tooltip. Do not trust this. It is very much lying to you. They're dropping down some serious damage currently. They're pummeling the poor Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. The Hobgoblins are back in the trees now. They're looking a little bit safer. Some more scatter shots coming down. Not hitting much of anything. Where are these guys going next? Man, oh man. Craziness. Orc Labor is getting shot up by the Hagbane Tip Glade Guard. Pretty nice trade for the Wood Elves, but they definitely want to keep some distance here. Glade Riders are an amazing unit. They've got amazing range for Skirmish Cav. They got a little bit more than every other variant out there in the game, but despite having that extra range, it's only 10. And Wolf Raiders at 140, they are quick too, so they can close ground and keep the Glade Riders really honest, which can be kind of scary. Huge swarm of Wild Riders, Glade Riders, and then Deepwood Scouts coming in as well. Looking to push back the Hobgoblins here. Pretty back and forth game right now. Darth Taco doing pretty well. Oh, and the sneaky gets get on the flank of the Eternal Guard. Getting some nice shots in with the precursor ammo. About 100 value on that. Not the best in the world, but they can probably get into combat there and clean up that Eternal Guard. But don't really need to. You get a terror out from the Bale Taurus character. Gotta love those guys, man. Zerinathus and the Bale Taurus characters are super meta. It's just really hard to kill them. They have amazing combat stats. They have terror. They have breath attacks as well. They do pretty much every single thing you want a single entity to do. And it comes wrapped up with your spell casting. And you don't lose efficiency on either side of the equation. Poor Eternal Guard here. They're chasing a little too deep. You gotta be very careful with your infantry. Fillory just forgetting about this Eternal Guard is actually a big problem. These guys are 550 gold, and they're chasing down a 250 gold unit. Very inefficient to begin with, but now they're going to get terror out in the backline without getting a whole lot of value, I'm willing to bet. This Beltor's character is smart. If Darth Taco knows what he's doing, he'll just pull back, get the Infernal Guard over here, and then rear charge with the Beltorus and instantly rout those guys. Cutthroats getting folded up right now, man. The Wood Elves are taking some pretty serious damage in the skirmish game, though, which is pretty impressive. Really liking the play from Darth Taco right now, but Fillory is starting to take over this game. There is a decent amount of value tied up in the death, the Death Sorcerer flying around up top. I think it's just because these Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, the regular melee variant back here, getting handled. Eternal Guard looking to rally back to the point. They got a little bit of damage on the Beltor's character as well, which is nice. And what are the Sisters of Twilight up to? Being menaces as usual, man. Another really good Eagle Quiver shot there. Well, since our render's getting around the side, you gotta be really careful here. And the Dryads are getting hammered by the Ash Storm currently. Pretty good focus fire coming in from the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, but these guys are pretty beat up now. They've lost a lot of HP, a lot of models. Don't know how much longer they're going to be lasting, and that's a beautiful Fate of Buna. Perfect target for that particular spell. I don't think it's going to one-shot the Deepwood Scouts, but it's going to be pretty freaking close. I mean, they're going to be down to about a third of their HP when this is all said and done. Oh my god, yeah. Look at the Sisters of Twilight, man. They're still trying to go after this guy, but they just can't finish him. And he's getting a lot of healing. The Chalice of Blood and Darkness is annoying for one particular reason, in that it just procs every time you cast a spell, and it's on a 90-second cooldown, and it is a 10% heal, which is a lot of HP. This guy can heal cap if your opponent is spell spamming in a game. Like, they're throwing out Earthblood and Awakening of the Wood and Regrowth. By the time all that magic is done, this guy's probably going to have gotten another, like, 2 or 3 heals, which is kind of wild. It means that they've effectively, I would say Beltor's Lords with Chalice effectively have 12,000 HP on average. Instead of the, I believe it's 8,500 that they have at base. You can just give them a straight upgrade in total that you have to be prepared to get through. Now, we're pressing this guy back, though. He's pretty low now. He's definitely not been doing amazing. While the death magic isn't bad, I would really say that you're better off with Burning Head. I mean, it's just so good against the Wood Elves. Wood Elves are all lightly armored. They have 0 heavy armor on their roster, outside of the Treemen. And, Wood Elves, as a faction, just can't live without bringing their infantry and their bows and their Glade Guard and their War Dancers and Eternal Guard and their Dryads, all of which are going to get messed up by one good Burning Head. I've seen people win games instantaneously against the Dark Elves as a result of one solid Burning Head. It's amazing. Super clutch. The death magic, you just don't need Soul Blight against the Dark Elves, or against the Wood Elves. Like, what is it gonna do? You know, lowering armor on a faction that just doesn't have a lot to begin with, not really all that powerful. See the heal coming in. He's creeping up to that heal cap. He can get up to 43-15, which isn't terrible, but I just don't know if the Chaos Dwarfs are going to be able to rally up in here. I mean, these War Dancers, the Azrai Spears are coming in. They're going to be a really annoying unit to contend with. They've got good AP values, and they do have a way to swap over to a more powerful melee attack form, the Storm of Blades. It's actually really nice against stuff like Infernal Guard. So these guys have crazy high melee defense, but really weak melee attack. So you can actually flip over to Storm of Blades and chew through infantry fairly quickly if you know what you're doing. It's very micro-intensive. Wood Elves, you need to be on top of it literally every single moment of the game to do well. If you fall off at any point, it can end up becoming a real problem for you. Sisters of Twilight, super consistent. I mean, 2300 value. That's honestly kind of low, all things considered. They can get up to 3000 on a pretty regular basis, but they're not on the dragon, so they don't have breath attacks. That's holding them back a little bit. You don't need to bring... I don't think you get this at base, Gwendolyr's Vantage. I think you have to pay for this. I would not pay for it. Not good enough. The reload skill is okay, but it's dependent on enemies not closing the gap against you, which they're always going to be trying to do anyways. It's a little too situational, in my opinion. If it were a passive ability that was active all the time, I would say go for it, but the conditions are a little too constrained. Conjoined Destiny is on these guys as well. Conjoined Destiny is actually kind of terrible. Sisters of Twilight have good leadership, but when they're down to about 20% of their HP, I cannot tell you how many times I've seen Conjoined Destiny start charging up, and these guys route off the map before it even procs, which is always super annoying. It's kind of like an insurance policy. You kind of get lucky if you get to use it to its full effect. It's not something that you really rely on. I see lots of people cut it completely. Darth Taco is just pretty far behind. There's a little bit of a push coming in here. The Infernal Guard are anchoring really well, but we do have the Cathay going down there. They're just not able to hang in. Hobgoblin Archers looking to maybe pummel these War Dancers and the Dryads that are remaining over here. Good value on the Infernal Guard. Sneaky get absolutely walloped by that Awakening in the Wood that went down on them. You can see the speed penalty being applied. You can see how good Awakening the Wood is in terms of damage against chaff. It's honestly worth it in some matchups. This is probably one of the better matchups for Awakening of the Wood. Bring that in Earthblood and you should be set. Regrowth, you just bring that to hedge your bets just in case you really fumble something along the way. Good isolation over here. Dual weapon infantry are amazing at killing foot characters nowadays. It used to be pretty awful for them. But you can see even the non-AP anti-infantry unit is able to beat up a caster that has 120 armor at base, which is kind of wild. It's a lot of armor to have, man. Another Fate of Buna. Nice stuff from the Sorcerer Prophet. Chalice of Blood and Darkness coming off of cooldown. I don't know how much magic is left for the Wood Elves. Probably enough for like one Earthblood or something. We'll see how much it should give this guy. 800 health. God, that's so crazy. He really did almost heal cap this game. He didn't get a lot to show for it though. These Bale Tauruses are expensive as hell, dude. The Death or the Sorcerer Prophets, yeah, you can see the heal coming in here. The Death Sorcerers are the weakest variant for the Sorcerer Prophets, because Death Magic is just really good for character sniping and super expensive unit removal with Fate of Buna, but it's kind of bad against everything else. So against this Wood Elf army, no. Not really my cup of tea unless you're going to use Spirit Leech to try and kill the Sisters of Twilight by just Spirit Leeching them all game. Which would have been worth it, but we got Soul Blight instead. Soul Blight just doesn't do enough. Doesn't last long enough. The effect range is fine at 35 meters. It's kind of small. If this were buffed up to be double duration, Soul Blight would be pretty good. As it stands, it's just a bad spell, unfortunately. That's the biggest thing that I'm waiting on in terms of adjustments to multiplayer is a spell balance patch, because I think that the spells in Total War are really cool, but I think that it's just been a long time since Creative Assembly was trying to do something different with them. The last time they did, we got the Lore of Hags, which is interesting conceptually, but kind of poorly implemented, I think. I think if CA just got a roundtable team, and they, you know, chatted with, like, campaign and multiplayer folks, got everybody at the table to talk about how to get the spells to all be in a pretty good spot, it would be pretty easy to fix, truth be told. I mean, you just need to give buff spells more to do. Same with debuff spells. One thing that I was thinking would be kind of cool for these, actually, a lot of people say just increase the duration by 2, or by doubling it across the board on all buffs and debuffs. I actually thought that there might be a pretty cool thing you could do where, for a lot of them, you give them an adjustment to the effect where the duration is persistent, right? Like, you have 25 seconds where Jaffs is active. It's only counting down on the duration while they're in combat, though. So if you charge in, pop Jaffs, do some damage, and then pull out, whatever duration is left after you retreat, you can then use in another engagement. I thought that was potentially something that might be worth looking into. Because then you wouldn't need to adjust the durations. If they were just perpetual, then they're always applied, and they're not something that your opponent can just run away or disengage from without interacting at all with the spells. And it would just be an immediate easy buff for stuff like Soul Blight. And it would also maybe give a use for silencing spells. Because the biggest problem with silence in the game right now is that it only silences casters. But imagine if you could cast this, if you could cast a silence spell on a unit that had a buff to remove the buff. That would be pretty cool, and then you might see some of those spells as well. Just something to keep in mind. That's my own personal tinfoil hatting. For closing the rest of this game out, man, the Wood Elves almost had it. I mean, they were damn close, but the Chaos Dowie pressure and their persistence has really shown through. The Wood Elves stuffed back onto their home objective, losing it as well. Razor close game. If they cap this and hold it for a minute, they win. But you got Cathay Fireborn screaming up the field now. Gonna be taking this over, I think. If they get up here, they'll easily be able to clear out all the Dryads. Dryads are awful against Cathay Fireborn. They got 1900 value the first time around. A little sad I wasn't paying attention to them. These Hellbound Demons are awesome. Such a cool model. And they've got the little, like, dual great axes with the maces. They look like the Dwemer automatons from Skyrim. And Dwemer ruins are one of my favorite things to tool around in that game. So I know these are like legally distinct and whatnot, but that's just the vibes I get from them. You know, you got like these evil Dowie who are doing all kinds of weird experiments. They kind of fit the same vibe as the Elder Scrolls Dwarf faction, you know, like mysteriously disappeared. They never get talked about. Nobody really knows what is going on with them. It's kind of interesting. Feel like you need the healing caster if you want to bring the Demi ROR. That's fair. Elite monstrous cavalry benefit from healing immensely. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that's just not true, because it is. The thing is, though, instead of trying to keep those guys alive by healing them, you can just give them better fights by bringing a Lightcaster with Net of Amantok. You get a good use out of that net, snare something in the open field, and let the Royal Demigryph Knights get a good flank charge off, and they will absolutely munch on it. They will destroy it. You can do that. Or you can just make it so that there's less that can chase and threaten them again by using Melkoths. Lore Metal can punish anything that gets in on them. Like, the life magic is probably the thing that synergizes the easiest with them. But there are other tools where if you just, like, take time to, like, really learn the ins and outs of the way that magic works and interacts with the units, you can find a little bit better damage opportunity even if that unit gets caught. Because sometimes the problem with regrowth, it's good healing, but if your unit gets caught out of position and they're taking a ton of damage, you can cast regrowth and they'll die anyways, which will really suck. Some of the other spells and lore combinations can make that a little bit less likely and even still get you good value even if they do get caught like that, because you still have damage that's independent of the Royal Altar of Gryphites that can then punish what's killing the Royal Demis. You can also get away with not bringing the Gryphites as well. I forgot to mention that. I was going to say something about it, but these guys are not a requirement for a good Empire build. You can totally ignore them. You can bring like 2 Knights of the Black Rose and use War Wagons as your anti-armor mobility. War Wagons absolutely pummel stuff. They are an amazing unit. They do tons of damage. And if they fire all their ammunition off, War Wagons always going to get their value back from 1. 2, they're probably going to get about 1,600 value, which is pretty crazy. And then, if they're healthy, you can unsummon them and get money back, and then summon more stuff out. Try new stuff out. Experiment. Get crazy with it, man. Give me 1 sec, guys. BRB. Alright, we're back. Let's watch some more Lizards, dude. I'm loving it. Lizard action has been lacking the last few weeks. We got a bunch of people coming in with them in this tournament. We got a Gorok sighting. Hell yes, dude. I'm not gonna lie, Gorok's actually kind of good in a couple matchups. I wouldn't say the greenskins are one. Probably do want something a little bit more mobile than Gorok here, but he's hard to snipe. And he is pretty good at holding positions. He's got quite a bit of health for a foot fighter in melee combat. He's dirt cheap too. He has none of his items, so he costs, I think, 800 gold. Which means that the Lizards are just filling out with all the skinks and some Croxigors that they could possibly ask for. Chameleon's going to be really good against the greenskins here. Chameleons are good in just about every matchup, in my opinion. their biggest threat is mobility that can catch them in melee combat. And squig herds are almost fast enough with 58 speed, but the poison for the chameleon skinks is enough to debuff these guys down so that the skinks can stay ahead of the squig herds. And their missiles hit hard enough against 50 armor that they're usually able to wear those guys down without too many problems. Skink Priest of Beasts screaming up the field looking to cast Flock of Doom. Not a good Flock of Doom target. Never ever hit one target with Flock of Doom. You got all of this here. It's a 35-meter radius, so you can like cast it here in the middle of all 4 of these units and hit all 4 of them, which is amazing. There's no cap on the numbers that Flock of Doom can make contact with. So you want to try and hit as many units as possible. Azag chasing this guy around, really should just Spirit Leech the Beastcaster. There's no reason to try and fight him in melee. It's just so hard to close the gap in the air. Although he actually does end up doing that here. Our Lizard player lapsing in Micro, and Azag will absolutely beat the living hell out of this poor little Skink Priest, but a Spirit Leech would make it a lot quicker, and probably preserve a lot of his HP, because he's actually taking a lot of damage from the Skink Cohort Javelins here. As much as I love Azag, he's pretty flimsy on the HP front for how expensive he is. You just don't want to get kited around like this, man. Because your Lord is stupidly expensive, and your opponent is just, like, tormenting you by running away constantly. Colossodon Hunters coming in, Gorok is moving out, Spear Riders and Croxagores coming out onto the field now. Serious problems going on for the Lizards. Cohorts are fine in this matchup. They beat Goblins and Night Goblins and stuff, but they struggle against Orc Boys. But fortunately for the Lizards, there's just not that many of those. There's one unit over here fighting some skinks, but there are Golden Spear Riders on the flank, and they just annihilated the Squig Herd, which is really nice. Good support, and a good choice of target for Vekos here, who's now got some Croxies in here in the melee fight, and they should easily be able to kill all the Night Goblin Fanatics. The Orc Boys here probably going to be going down pretty hard. The Wah pops off, which is awesome. And a little bit of movement up onto the home objective for the Greenskins here. Really good engagement. Colossodon Hunters laning in on the Rusty Errors, and Orc Boarboy Biggins coming in. Where are they going? Oh yeah, they want to get the Colossodon Hunters. They might run into these Croxagores and lose momentum, though. Alright, so this is not the worst Buna ever. The thing you need to keep in mind for Fate of Buna, though, is that it's good against units with 25 entities or more. If you're casting it on a unit that's got like 10 models, it's only doing half the damage it could be. It's deliberately debuffed as a result. You still get a good follow-up with the Orc Boarboy Biggins, but you probably could have saved the Winds of Magic you used on Buna. You didn't need to pop it there. You could have used it on another target afterwards. It's not amazing targets for it right now, to be fair. But where is that Golden Spear Rider? Here it is. You could be using Buna on these guys right now to finish them off. Broken Tusk Mob, more Orc-Board Biggins, just running around the field, just trampling over everything right now. They've done pretty big damage to the Croxagores now. Croxagores with the anti-infantry paddles are kind of a bad unit nowadays. Lizards have never really struggled against infantry. So the Croxagores are a little bit of a redundant unit on the roster as a whole. They're a unit that's way better in melee. Or not in melee. A unit that's way better in campaign than they are in multiplayer. If you want to bring Croxagores, you just bring Sacred Croxagores. They're more expensive, but they're a little bit better, and they have more applications, because they're a more generalist fighter unit. The anti-infantry Croxagores just don't have good stats outside of their bonus, which just makes them way too flimsy to stuff like heavy cav with heavy AP values like the Broken Tusk mob, man. I mean, greenskins are just gonna dominate this game without the Lizardmen Spear Rider cav on the field to really threaten them. And really all it's down to now for the Lizards is the Chameleon Skink Core, which I'm sure has okay value. Actually not that good at all. Oh no. There's Boar Boys starting to close the gap on him now with some Goblin backup. Orc Spears fighting against Red-Crested Skinks. Going to be a big win for the Red-Crested Skinks considering the tattered state of these boys. Killing them. Flock of Doom going down. Not the best Flocks of Doom. This guy's probably got like 500 value. Yeah, it's okay. It's fine. I don't hate the choice of spell. You just need to use it on the Boar Boy cav. Because that's what it actually does good damage against. The reason that Flock of Doom and Melkoths and Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance, the reason these are all direct damage and do so much work against cavalry is because cavalry obviously fit the criteria of having more than 25 entities in the unit. And since they don't have more than 60, the damage that's spread on Flock of Doom is way more efficient at killing entities in the unit itself, right? What that means is that it's just making more entities weaker on the HP front than it would be on infantry. And for mobile units, decisive engagements and damage is the name of the game. So Flock of Doom is the X factor that can just guarantee you a win every single time you take a mobility fight. No mobility fights going for the Lizardmen now, though. They're just way on the back foot. No way they're going to be able to save themselves here. Azag, you know, 2,000 value, respectable. He's still a little overcosted. He could lose like 100 more gold and still be like a relatively expensive character.
I knew it. Unending glory is yours.
But he was used pretty well here. He spent a little bit of time tootling about, but once Daceberg just stopped chasing after the Skink Priest and started going to support the front line, Azag really started to get some good value. He's a good hit and run character. The Goblin Archers were not great. They were not the selling point of this army. Really was Azag. I mean, he definitely carried his weight, but it was also the Boar Boy Biggins. 1,300 here. Broken Tusk mob paying for themselves with 1050. They had a lot of HP left in the bank as well. No Black Orcs coming out. I like the addition of them in reserve, though. They are ITP, so against the Dinos, a pretty good unit. They can scrap with everything for the most part. The only thing they'd really get bullied by is Stegos and some of the other big single entities. Which you do see in this matchup sometimes for the Lizards. Lizards can just bring big monsters in any matchup, generally speaking. But they're, you know, fairly rare sighting against the Greenskins just because of the threat that Boar Cav represent, and then Greenskins actually have some pretty good bowline units. They can do a pretty good job at shooting down big monsters. Alright, let's watch Spider and Bowl. Bowl hasn't been playing in a while. Is an old face. I'm familiar with their game. They're very good with Warriors of Chaos. They were playing a lot for a while, but they've stepped away and are coming back now. Very curious to see how they do. Let me catch up on chat. Thought about bringing the Sisters on the Dragon. Felt like, yeah, the Sisters are stupidly expensive on the Dragon, so the Dragon is nice for if you want to guarantee that they get just tons of value and can carry the game, but it is putting a lot of eggs in one basket. They're fine on the Eagle. You don't have to do Dragon character with them. Or Dragon mount, I guess. Their shooting is good enough to get them their value back, and the Eagle is an okay duelist itself. Just doesn't have AP, so it limits their utility a little bit. It's not the end of the world, though. Lots of Dowie coming out, man. Spida with a nice wide Dowie army. With a good spread of missiles. Maybe a few too... maybe a little too few, in my opinion. Bugmans do get up on the point early, they cap it, and they get a great volley off of the Marauder Horsemen throwing axes. Iron Drake Trollhammer torpedoes need to get in position quickly so that they can help the Bugmans. But the reason why these guys are so good, man, is that shield and the liquid fortification. They take a bunch of HP damage, so they only lose one model. Right, they're going to get behind the line, and they'll replenish pretty much all of their HP back. Then they can run back in and, you know, get something else done. Thoric Ironbrow, who was a staple of the Dowie domination builds for a long time, but Dowie have gotten nerfed quite a bit over time. They're still strong. They're, like, the perfect mid-tier faction. They're, like, the most mid of mid-tiers. I know that sounds kind of mean, but I mean that with all the love in my heart. Dowie are just so slow that if you're playing at a high level against folks and you misposition as the dwarves, you'll lose a game. Like, just straight up. You will get crushed. You have to be very careful about what you're doing. Now, the gyros are good at killing the Soul of Damnation. They have to actually get back here to do it, though. They're getting screened out by the Marauder Horsemen throwing axes, and the Dowie can't sit back and let this thing farm them. It's already killed a Longbeard, pretty much. Half HP off of it. It's annihilating the Dwarf Warriors holding the home objective, and Dowie are very slow, so they can get pushed off their home objective just by getting out shot there. Definitely want to get up here and start positioning to help out these two Dwarf Warriors on the number 3. They are not going to be able to win any kind of melee engagement here. Dowie Warriors are just kind of mediocre at best. They'll beat a Marauder, but not, honestly, not by that much, and it'll take them ages to do it. The Dwarves need the shooting. That way they can win on the number 3, and they can start to get back into the cap race, because see how quickly they fall behind. It's rough being a faction that is 1, bad at killing stuff in melee combat, 2, slow as sin, 3, I don't know what the third weakness of the Dowie is. I feel like there's something on the tip of my tongue. I guess it's just the fact that their quick units are so limited and also have some pretty easy counters. I would say, like, gyros are great until they get shot. And then their low HP means they just die. And it used to be that gyros could fly and shoot at the same time. That got nerfed a while back, and they've become a lot weaker since then. And they got a cost increase and a little bit of a rework as well. I don't know what you could do to maybe get the Dowie into a little bit of a better spot. It'd be nice to see them be a little bit more consistent. Iron Drakes looking to hammer Archeon the Everchosen here. He takes a fat volley from the Iron Drakes. Good Searing Doom, though, on the Bugmans. Again, though, they're not going to lose any models, and they'll just regen all that back up. Coilers over here getting really low. Looks like a, nah, not gonna work, man. These, throwing axes. Bold is doing such a good job of screening for the Soul of Damnation with the throwing axes. Oh my god, they're gonna wreck the gyros as they fly overhead if they get a volley off. Come on. Oh, the gyros are stopping literally right next to them. It's so tantalizing. What is going on here? Hello? 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 Anybody? I don't know why they must be on off fire at will. I think that's Bull turning it back on. They could kill the Soul of Damnation with one more good volley. Oh my god, but look at that, dude. One volley from all of the throwing axes immediately annihilates a gyrocopter unit. They might be able to chase this other one down. They're well within the arc of fire where they're most accurate. On the throwing axes, the biggest issue with Marauder Horsemen throwing axes isn't the damage they do, it's just the fact that they're so inaccurate at max range. They can really struggle to get accurate volleys off. They're doing alright, though. Bull has a nice value lead. The Dowie shooting is very healthy, though. Only this Iron Drake Trollhammer torpedo is being dealt with. Granted, they're probably going to go down in just a moment here. Doom Knights of Tzeentch coming in, going to be trying to get the gyros, but they need to be careful because their shield is getting popped right now. Oh my god, beautiful flanking shot from the Soul of Damnation. This thing has probably got 1,500 value, let's see. 2,000 value already? Holy shit. It's crazy. You gotta have an answer to this thing. If you're playing against the Warriors of Chaos, I don't care if your opponent never brings the Soul of Damnation, you have to have something that can kill this thing. Preferably a long-range option. Like one Dowie cannon in reserve would easily be able to shut this thing down. It would kill the model pretty quickly. And then that would put the Warriors of Chaos on the back foot, because they wouldn't be able to just sit back and farm you so much. Like, the fact that the Warriors of Chaos haven't capped the number 3 in this whole time, despite having a substantial value lead, does tell you how durable the Dowie can be, in terms of, like, standing on points and hanging on to them. As well as just persevering through serious ranged damage differentials, because I would say that for all of the shooting that's on the field, Warriors of Chaos have probably gotten more value out of theirs, despite the Dowie just ostensibly having more. Spiders being a little slow on positioning some of these pieces, too. These Thunderers should not be sitting so far back. The high priority should be to get your shooting in position to just keep the Chaos, to keep the Chaos Warriors away from the number 3, because they keep rallying back here. They're swarming back in, looking for another good engagement. You get an Exalted Hero of Tzeentch on the field. Should be able to start getting some good value by running over everything. Grim Delvers chilling. Yeah, the Doom Knights died, and I'm sure the Grim Delvers had a lot to do with that. You can see them. Oh, those are gyrocopters. You can see the Doom Knights here scattered around. They definitely got pounded by something. Thor going after Archeon. He needs to be really careful. Archeon will beat the living shit out of Thorak in a fair fight. Slayer of Kings is just such a good buff. I mean, splash attack power, 75% more weapon strength for AP and base amounts. It gets a good engage on Thorak. You could easily not one-shot him, but one-round him in combat. Kind of like in, you know, like D&D, one-rounding a goblin or something. Archie is like the prime example of that here in Warhammer. He is being pressured a little bit by these gyrocopters that have rallied. How are the throwing axes doing? You know, they've been okay. There's nothing crazy going on here for Bull on this front. This has probably been the weakest part of Bull's build, is the throwing axes. I mean, they've done fine, but it's just not an inspired amount of value, you know? And they do cost 600 apiece. Starts to add up pretty quickly. Doom Knights rally with 11 models. Oh my god, and they just toss the Quarrelers. Did you see that? It was like they stuck the lip of the disc like underneath the Dowie and like catapulted them forward. That was pretty funny looking. I love it. Janky animations in this game give it a lot of charm, I will say. Sometimes it can be a little annoying, but oftentimes it's just max comedy, man. Exalted Hero of Tzeentch on the Chariot, an amazing character. I mean, these guys are just brutal at clearing out infantry. These big great axes. When they're on these chariots, they even get Colossal Strike as one of their potential abilities, and they can be anti-everything at that point, which is kind of hilarious. The Bugmans got 1,200 value. Bugmans are 800 gold, I believe, so that's a nice uptrade. I really do love the Bugmans. I wouldn't go too deep into them, but a couple of them against most factions can really shine for you. Look at the Doomseekers, the Brotherhood of Grimnir out here, just butchering Marauders. You see the Chaos Warrior great weapons running for the hills now. Paying for themselves at least. 826 gold here. Blood Beast coming out. Oh, and a Gore Beast Chariot too, man. Bull going for the tech pieces, man. Blood Beasts are not something that you see the Warriors of Chaos bring much, because they do take up a Mark of Chaos, and typically for the Warriors of Chaos, their best options for the marked units are Hellstriders, because Hellstriders are just broken. All of the Slaanesh units are kind of ridiculous. I'll die on that hill. At least for domination mode. Slaanesh has some very obvious glaring weaknesses in land battle. But in domination mode, those land battle weaknesses are just completely circumvented by there being multiple objectives. And then there's, like, nothing you can do to stop them sometimes. So that's what Warriors of Chaos players usually spam out, is just like wave after wave of Hellstriders. But Blood Beasts are really good. I love them for the Korn roster. They hit hard as hell on the charts. They got great weapon strength. I know a lot of it is tied up in base weapon values. But the 83 armor-piercing weapon damage isn't too far off of something like a Korn Minotaur already. And they're pretty fast. They've got a little bit more leadership than Korn Minos. Their melee attack is solid enough, and they got a great charge bonus, like I mentioned. They're a good hit-and-run unit, and against the Dowie, that can end up being a huge boon for you. Having monstrous infantry that can just rush in from flanks, pound something into oblivion, and then pull out and get to safety away from shooting is very useful. You don't want to go too hard into them, but I like the addition of one here. Slayers on the point. Dowie, are they on the upswing, man? I mean, it's looking fairly even for both sides, and the thing is, you gotta remember, Bull, you know, did get a lot of value at the Soul of Damnation, but it is an artillery piece that isn't going to be capping anything by itself, and it is gone and unsummoned now. You've got a ton of supplies. You really need to start pouring units out. I think Bull may have gotten a little complacent here. You can't afford to do that against the Dwarves. The Dwarves could flip this point, hold on to their home objective. They just need to get some more shooting out, and I think they can win this game. Oh my god. Don't let it happen, Bull. I'm begging you, man. 1400 on the hero. Archeon trying to kill Thoric, but he routs. Oh, the gyro's bullying him a little bit here.
Glorious.
Oh no. Archie goes down to the Iron Drake fire. The gyrocopter focus. These things have a lot of ammo left. One of them has only 10 volleys, but the other is 18 or 17 now. They're killing the Blood Beasts over here. This is where Blood Beasts don't want to be, is, you know, under withering fire from a variety of different units. They're just not going to survive very well against that. The Gore Beast Chariots also didn't get a lot of work done, and without an infantry corps to speak of, the Warriors of Chaos are in some serious danger. They did let this point flip, and it is still within double cap range for the Dwarves. Despite being down, they have good odds. They have good odds here. Slayer's looking to get after the Blood Beast. Blood Beast pulling away and trying to get the Chaos Warriors forward. Good micro from Spida. Just immediately pulling back. Don't want to take that fight. Longbeard should scream forward, though, and try and stuff off the point here. I think it'd be a pretty good use of their time. Blood Beast taking a lot of focus fire. The Brotherhood of Grimnir need to make sure they fight on the point here. Because, again, you know, the Dowie got lucky capping this point. If they lose it here, that's going to be really awful for them. They have to get up in here. Okay, they do route everything on here. Long-Drone Slayer Pirates are going to be able to get up on point in a minute, too. Gyros under Withering Throwing Axe Fire. They could get into position to do a bombing run on top of the Chaos Warriors here, which would be nice. Anything to help clear out the numbers for the Warriors of Chaos right now. would be pretty huge. Look at the danger close throwing axes, man. Right up in the grill of the Trollhammer torpedoes. Not very good firing arc, though. They're on the, like, reverse slope of a hill. I'm not so well versed with the shooting mechanics that I can tell you definitively exactly how they work. But some things that I've noticed over time is, one, units sitting in trees, even if you're at the edge of the tree line and there's not that much cover, like right here, there's not a lot of tree cover to stop missiles from hitting you, just firing into forests makes missile units more inaccurate. And same with height differentials on like high ground, on like hills and stuff. The unit on the higher ground fires more accurately, and the unit that's on low ground firing over the top of a hill is going to scatter their shots pretty badly, and that's kind of what we saw there. The Trollhammer torpedoes really didn't get hit that hard, and those throwing axes were well within the range at which they can focus their fire very pinpointly to kill multiple models in a unit. Longbeard's chilling. Gyro's dying. Very unfortunate for them. I mean, they're out of ammo. They got 1,200, which is pretty solid. Stomping a little pressure on the number 1. Getting cheeky with the horseman back there is bold, but did cap the middle objective. The Dowie are never going to retake this. They're too slow. I don't think that they can break all of this infantry for the Warriors of Chaos. And this is Warriors of Chaos throwing up Marauders who are way faster than anything the Dowie have. 28 speed, 28 speed, 28 speed, 26 speed. All of the Dowie units are just slow as dirt, dude. Even the Brotherhood of Grimnir at 40 foot speed is... that's just not that great. I mean, they close the gap quicker than some infantry, but the premium for speed on foot units is 46. And the Dowie just don't have anything like that. Really nice Rune of Wrath and Ruin. You can see, I mean, the Dowie would win this eventually, but it's just too late now. They had a chance. I wouldn't say they frittered it away. That's pretty unfair. They did a really good job of scrapping from a value differential. Just not having a cannon in reserve for the Soul of Damnation sucks, man. It hurts so badly. I love the Dwarves. They're cool as hell. No shade to Dowie players. I know a lot of Dowie players get, like, a lot of guff from people. I don't know why. I think people think that Dowie are easy to play, but that's the furthest thing from the truth. I think the Dowie are probably one of the most forbidding factions in domination mode. Because if you fumble your positioning like 1 or 2 times, kind of like what happened with Spida here, there were like 2 different occasions where he really needed to consolidate the formation and neglected to do so in a timely manner, and the Chaos Warriors, they just got back up on the points and just took them right back. And the Dowie just can't, like I said, they just can't win in melee. They don't win the grind ever. They shoot people off the field, and that's how they win, and you gotta really commit to it. And a lot of the missile units got good value. I mean, there's really nothing here that's looking too horrible for the Dwarves. Outside of the Dwarf Warriors, of course. I mean, you can see they got like 0 value, 0 value. Granted, they got killed by the Soul of Damnation, but even the ones that were in combat, like 487, they paid for themselves. That's it. They didn't get any uptrades. Longbeards, no uptrades. Slayers, no uptrades. Brotherhood of Grimnir, barely uptrading. You know, it's a little sad. The Dowie could use, like, a melee attack buff, I think. Otherwise, they're just gonna be kind of mediocre forever, and I don't want that. I'm glad that they debuffed, or they nerfed. I keep saying debuffed. I'm glad they nerfed gyrocopters, because they were really obnoxious previously, and they were impossible to kill because of how janky flying combat is in this game. But they didn't do anything to help the Dowie out in any other meaningful way. Not in domination mode, at least. In land battles and conquest, Dowie are top tier. But that's because they force people to come to them all the time in land battle and conquest. And in domination mode, it's a lot more nuanced and fluid of a battlefield, so they don't always get the advantage of their opponent coming to them. You know? The difference between the different game modes can be pretty stark. There's a lot that translates over in terms of skill set, but it's, you know, if you're good at one, there's no guarantee you're going to be good at the other. There's a lot that you have to readjust to flopping between the two modes. Oh, I just saw your message, Filler. I don't actually know. Where's the Wood Elf game? The reinforcements? Yeah. So, here's the thing. The Wood Elves have some of the best mobility in the game, with Glade Riders, Wild Riders, and whatnot. Deepwood Scouts are a good unit, but here's the thing about Deepwood Scouts against the Chowie is they don't have a lot of AP on their missiles. So they don't really do anything. Or at least what they do, they're not going to get done better than a Wild Rider. Like, Wild Riders are really good at clearing out chaff and killing enemy mobility, right? Which is kind of what Deepwood Scouts would be good at in this matchup. But you already got tons of units that can do that. You got these Glade Riders and Wild Riders. You got more Glade Riders up here. You got the Sisters of Twilight, who are pretty good at both single entity and mobility killing. The Deepwood Scouts are a little redundant. Get rid of these two Deepwood Scouts and the two Glade Guard here, and get a Waywatcher and another Wild Rider, and if you can swing it, another Glade Rider, and you'd be looking pretty good. This is also a lot of Azrai Spears. You can probably cut one of these guys, cut one of these War Dancers. Wildwood Rangers would be pretty good here. I'll show you why. The hell, what else? Oh my god, right there. Anyways, Wildwood Rangers are not that much more than War Dancers. They have a great anti-infantry bonus, and they got really good stats. Like, 40 and 36 is pretty great. They're ITP, so they don't terror out, which is huge against the Chowie. You have tons of terror-causing stuff. Vanguard deployment, so they're quick getting up on points. Reasonable foot speed at 38. Slower than War Dancers, but against the Chaos Dowie, not that big of a deal, because obviously they're here to kill the Chowie warriors. Right. Like, two of these guys in reserve would be good. Do some Wild Riders, like I said. With the shields, preferably. Your opponent does have a lot of skirmish cav. A couple Glade Riders. And you can go one of two ways. You can do Wild Hunters of Kurnus, because they are really good anti-large, armor-piercing cavalry. Which is a great kind of niche to fill. Or you say, nope, I'm not bringing those guys, and you bring the Waywatchers as your armor-piercing. So these dudes will annihilate the Iron Demons. They've got stalk, so they're hard to counterfire for the Chowie. And they're really accurate against single entities, so they can absolutely ice something like a Bale Taurus character with a couple accurate shots. And then you can kind of do the rest of what you do. You have like the Wraiths and Dryads. And an Azrai Spear in here, and you can get one Glade Guard to throw out. That's a pretty good reinforcement core. It's pretty infantry heavy. Do need to be a little careful of that. But Wood Elves can synergize around their infantry pretty well. And they don't mind bringing a bunch of them oftentimes, because they are still pretty quick. That's the nice thing about most of the Elf factions. High Elves are the exception, is that your units are always pretty quick. I don't know why High Elves are so much slower than their counterparts. It's one of the reasons High Elves are kind of crap now. Like, 33 speed on a Spearman? Why? They've got 40 armor. What are they doing to take that long? How can they possibly be moving that slow? Like, it makes a little more sense for the Keepers of the Flame and the Swordmasters, but I just don't get it. Like, High Elves should be as quick as the Wood Elves, for how lightly armored they are, and I think Dark Elves, yeah, I mean, like, their infantry is similar in terms of speed, but that's only on the Dread Spears and the Bleak Swords. Like, their Blackheart Corsairs have 40-foot speed. They're pretty heavily armored. Witch Elves have 44 speed. Like, you're talking about some of these Dark Elf units just being substantially quicker than their counterparts, which is a little goofy to me. High Elves have been needing buffs for a while. They're still fun and can do things, but definitely on the weaker end of the spectrum. How many more replays we got? We're going to have to do another stream. I'm not going to be able to do them all tonight. But we'll get through as many more as we can. I am very curious to see how this Lizard build does against Korn. I don't see this being very good for the Lizards here. Oh my god, we got it. Gorok, I love you, buddy. Bok, motherfucker. Coming in with all the items. Literally every single one. Some of them are good. Shield of Eons is kind of terrible. It just doesn't do much. I mean, Expert Charge Defense and Charge Reflection is gimmicky, but it's kind of hard to pull off. Like, here's what happens, right? With an item like this, it looks really good on paper, but it relies on your opponent not paying attention and messing up. Because what would realistically happen is you pop this, your units have Expert Charge Defense, Armor, and Charge Reflection for 23 seconds, sorry. Your opponent sees you pop that ability, and they just stop. And they just wait for it to wear off, and then they engage on you. I'm pretty firm believer that there's a lot of abilities that are like Shield of Eons, like Armor of Morcar for Archie, and a handful of others. Like Stand Your Ground is a little bit similar, gives melee attack, or melee defense and leadership, which is kind of nice. But I think you could probably make these a little bit weaker and just make them passives. Like, just get rid of the armor buff, and just make it so that Shield of Eons is always affecting the infantry, giving them the charge defense and whatnot. I think that would be pretty nice, because as it stands right now, just it's never going to get you any real value. And it's a 200 gold item that you'll maybe get 100 gold out of in a best case circumstance. Not worth it. Mesa Ulamak is good, though. And Rock of Itza basically makes Gorok have perfect vigor. Because he pops this and he just basically goes right back up to being fresh. And then he just goes in again to tear apart everything. And the physical resistance buff is nice. It won't help against Valkia, though. This is going to come down to whether Bear is able to just pick apart this Lizardmen army, which honestly shouldn't be too difficult. The Lizards don't really have any poke, and you can see Bear doing a pretty good job of splitting up the forces up in the trees, waiting for the dives and the engages. Been seeing a lot of Korn versus Lizards. Some of them have gone better than others. It just takes time as Korn to figure out how to counter the Lizardmen, because they are really good at stuffing you back on like multiple avenues of approach with snares, and then they've got pretty strong anti-kite with the solar engines and ancient salamanders. You can put a lot of pressure on your infantry as well, just by rushing them down with Saurus warriors and stuff. But if you play around the fact that lizards are pretty slow, and their skirmishers are very limited in terms of their combat prowess, you can really start to pull them apart, because if you kill the mobile options for the lizards, and all you have to do is kill Saurus at the end of the game, you've got plenty of answers for Saurus with Korn. Furies flying around in the backfield definitely could be doing something to get in here. Find a way to get some kills. Pox Sentinel's getting run down by the Furies right now. You can see that they, as long as they're moving, they're not taking damage for the most part. That's the jankiness I'm talking about with flying combat. Few of them are getting hit. That's because they're actually getting stopped here. And they will get dragged down eventually. I just wish that flying combat was a little bit better for units that are fast in the air. Because Furies can really struggle against other flyers if the flyers just walk away from them. It's kind of goofy to watch. Fleshhounds dying in the back line. You gotta be really careful with Fleshhounds, man. So squishy. And they just get folded up by the Star Chamber Guardians here. Just the perfect counter unit to them. Good dive onto the Skink cohorts. We do have the Skink Priest. Gets isolated over here by Valkia. Valkia will just pummel this dude. Yeah, the Pterodon casters are pretty expensive. This is why I don't ever bring them on the Pterodon. It's because they're really low HP, terrible combat stats. They're not even all that fast. Like, 90 speed is pretty okay for a flyer. But, you know, Furies have 110. Valkia has 95 speed at base. Even she's faster. It's just a little sad, right? These little guys are better on foot, where they can, like, run around and just, like, blend in and hide a little bit. So they don't get spotted and taken out. Fleshhounds furiously attacking the Pakopok cohort. Marauder support as well, and it looks like the Saurus might be going down here. There's some Furies getting in as well. Marauders here, I presume they got... What happened to them? They must have gotten terror-ratted by the Bastillodon being nearby. Their leadership being kind of low. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense. Very confusing. Otherwise. Croxagore is just on death's bed over here. I mean, they just suck, dude. It's so sad. Justice for Croxagores, please. Good charge with the Furies, landing in to support the Minotaurs. Minotaurs were in a pretty bad fight. And the Lizardmen will win this without a doubt, but they will take a lot of extra damage that they otherwise wouldn't have been taking. Just by the fact that there's some chaff in here to help out the Minos. About 900 value on the Minos, 650 on the Furies, which is fine. Gorok is dying over here. Fighting Korngor is getting pummeled pretty badly in that fight. The issue with Gorok is that he's not immune to flanking, so if he gets surrounded, he gets hit by units that are behind him. So an AP unit like the Korngors, even though they don't have good melee attack, will still do pretty good chip damage to Gorok. You see him really clearing through his HP pool. It's a little silly. Gorok really should have immune to flanking. That'd be really nice for him. Maybe that could be on Shield of Eons instead. Maybe then it would be good. Like giving all of your units immune to flanking for like 30 seconds or something. Think about it. Korngor's attacking the solar engine here, doing some pretty good damage. I don't know what it is about Bastillodon. Oh, these are Chaos Warriors of Korn. Even better, man. Chaos Warriors of Korn are crazy strong. The Halberd variant... the Halberd variant can be pretty vulnerable in a lot of matchups. I don't love them. I think they're pretty weak, but that's only because they're slow. Getting engaged in a fight like this, they'll just kill everything, dude. I mean, they'll get like 1600 value if they just sit here and fight all game. Oh, Rev Crystal comes up for the Lizards. Valkia getting back up in the air. She's got okay value. Oh, and a Curse of the Midnight Wind lowering the armor and the melee attack of the Chaos Warriors. Rev Crystal clowning on these guys. These Korn Warriors are about to lose their Frenzy. It's really close. You see they lose it there, they could get terror-routed now by the Bastiladons. That would be devastating currently. Because a lot of Korn's forces are tied up over on the number 3 right now. They're finally breaking through over here. They do get the Heaven's Caster, which is nice. Lizards getting up on the number 2 here, but Marauders answering. This Marauder was routing for quite a while, but they're back. Immediately getting tossed into the river. You know, getting a mouthful of dirty puddle water. I don't even want to know what the Elgi do to pollute their streams. It's probably clean, though. I would imagine. They probably actually do a pretty good job of making it a very livable space. It's a really beautiful map, man. As much as I don't love this map because of how narrow it is, you know, just in my personal opinion, it does look damn good, man. I mean, you got all these cool trees in the background. This amazing monument to Isha. Very fun, thematic. Colossadon Hunter's getting in here. Marauder Horseman with okay value. Come on, do some damage. There you go. Throwing from directly underneath and whiffing horrendously. Amazing work, guys. The Colossadon Hunters get in. They pop Toad Rage, which does give them the boost to their damage profile. 50% more weapon strength is kind of wild for a unit that already has pretty good values to begin with. The issue, though, is that they're just so squishy. The Ripperdactyls are a fun unit, but you can see how much damage they take from one Fury landing on them. Almost half their HP gone in one fell swoop. That Rev Crystal, wherever it is going to need to do a lot to help them out. It's back over here. Gorok's still going, dude. Look at him with 139 kills and almost 800 value. I mean, let's go, buddy. Although Valky is probably going to come in here and just kill him now. He's been doing great. He's just so weak now. Valky is just going to get in here with the infantry support and be able to hit him for free. Cold-Blooded going down. Shield of Eons. Okay, I mean, Gorok popped it, and it was going for a second, but wears off. Not that it was going to do a whole lot, because the AP values that Valkia has anyways. She's got 1,300 value. Really nice stuff. I mean, Valkia is just such a consistent character. She's not somebody who will just hard carry a game for you, but when she's popping off, man oh man does she look like an absolute unstoppable nightmare of a unit. You get free engages with Demon Shield. You got Sloupnir, which is really good for dropping a couple times a game. Get really good value that way. Lizardmen, though, are starting to take over a little bit. I think this Rev Crystal that they've got is really helping them anchor with the Star Chamber Guardians. They have 2,100 value right now. Chaos Warrior Halberds are actually going to lose to the Star Chamber Guardians. So this matchup's kind of funny because Chaos Warrior Halberds actually beat Saurus Warriors in a one-on-one. Saurus Warriors just have inferior stats to the Halberds and good AP values on these guys. Does generally ensure that they're going to be able to beat the Saurus Warriors, but they're very vulnerable to shooting from the Lizardmen. And Star Chamber Guardians are a different breed, dude. These guys slap so hard. I love them. I think they're one of the better RORs in the game. I think that the reason you don't see the Star Chamber Guardians super often is less that the unit is bad, but more with the fact that they're just slow. They don't really synergize well with a lot of the other Lizardmen tools. But I will say, they're a great squad to defend characters like Croak, Mazdamundi, Slans, and if they just sit on top of Slans all game, your opponent wants to try and kill the big chubby toads. Star Chamber Guardians become unbreakable and give Guardian to the characters, and just make it impossible to actually accomplish that. Korn is triple capped. Oh my god. And the cohort of Waddle out here get a surround on poor Valkia. Remember how I said she was a great character? She really is. This is not where she's gonna shine, though. There's one skink in her way. She's just aura maxing as she's walking away. Look at her. She doesn't care. She's so unbothered. Get the hell off the ground. Come on, Valkia, please. She's actually pretty slow on the ground. The way that Valkia works is, when Valkia lands, her speed stat gets changed to about 50, if I'm not mistaken. I think she may have 46 foot speed. And she's still affected by all the slows and the exhaustion when she's on foot, so she's probably got like 20 speed right now. She's just getting constantly knocked around here. You never ever want to land Valkia into mass for this very reason, because she'll get surrounded and killed by something like the cohort, which is really sad for her. The only way you would save Valkia in a situation like this is if you had Flesh Hounds or Minotaurs to charge in here and kind of peel the units that are surrounding her off. That's the only way you would save her, and her going down is definitely giving the Lizards this game. Really well played by Kitty. Bear did pretty good, but I would say no answer for Star Chamber Guardians. Little unfortunate. You could have used your throwing axes to nail those guys. Instead, you were like running Minotaurs and Korn and a whole bunch of really inoptimal units up into these guys. And yeah, they've got silver shields, but just get on the flank, and you'll easily be able to chip them down with throwing axes. Because you can't just let a unit like this get 29, 3,000 value and counting. It's unacceptable. You absolutely can't let that happen. They're super expensive. If you can keep them down to about 1,200 value trade for themselves, you're probably going to be just fine killing them and dealing with them. Letting them get 3,000, that's a lot of units that you threw into them. Just be a little more patient next time. And the Saurus did great. I mean, they just pummeled the hell out of Marauders, and then Korngors all game. A lot of Halberds. I do like the Halberds, but this is just way too many, in my opinion. You can cut 2 of these and 2 of the Korngors, because you already got 2 in the starting army. You need a little bit more options. Because Korn is like a Swiss Army knife faction. If they overtech into certain units, they tend to fall off a little bit. They don't do nearly as well because they just lack the utility at that point. What you really needed was something like Knights of the Brazen Throne, actually, I think. Because the Knights of the Brazen Throne on the charge... Let's actually go test it out, man. Okay. So what we're gonna... We got Valkia, we got the Lizards here. Red-Crested Skink Chief. Star Chamber Guardians. We're gonna see what we can do. Oh, and, land battle on Battle for Itza. Nice neutral ground. And cool. We got the army buffs up. I just want to show you the kind of damage that the Knights of the Brazen Throne can do. Some of y'all have probably seen this elsewhere. I swear by these guys nowadays, though. Ever since the Omens of Destruction patch, where Skull Crusher's splash attack profile changed, they've been an absolute menace. They're super good now. Especially the anti-infantry variant. You don't even have to have infantry to do this, right?
Skull Crushers of Korn.
So, don't just charge the Star Chamber Guardians head up, because they've got charge reflection and expert charge defense. Obviously not a great idea. There's a pretty easy way around that, though. What you're gonna do is have Valkia land in first. She'll break the brace that these guys have at that point. And then the Knights of the Brazen Throne can come in and absolutely hammer home. You don't want to go in too early, because Valkia will take a bunch of damage if you're you know, silly about it. Land in here. You can drop a Sleipnir. See these guys getting amped up, and they make really good contact with the front line. And you can just pull them out and cycle charge again. Because they can get away with this, because they knocked most of the Star Chamber Guardians over. Pull back. Take a little bit of damage, but nothing too serious. Valky is going to hold. Pop Demon Shield. Give her a little more time, and then you can just turn around. Let's get around the Skink Chief. And here you go. You just do it over and over again. Their charges aren't nearly as devastating against these guys as I would have thought, though. It's actually kind of fascinating, but you can see here, they're still getting some pretty good damage done. Pull back and do it one more time, and you'll have a victory. And, you know, Valky is solid enough. She can attract aggro like this and do just fine. You just need to get most of the models out of contact. As long as you do that, then when you charge back in, you'll be getting the full effect of the Murderous Charge, which gives them a huge boost to the charge bonus. And they're taking down the Star Chamber Guardians now. This is honestly maybe convincing me to not use these guys against the Star Chamber Guardians on a regular basis. It's not like the worst trade I've ever seen in my life. The Star Chamber Guardians just seem meaty as hell. I mean, they got 210 mass, which is not bad for infantry at all. But between a 1900 gold unit and a 1500 gold unit, Knights doing pretty well. Yeah, Valky is pretty good at killing infantry herself. She's got pretty good stats. And you can see these guys being really annoying because they're unbreakable since the Lord is nearby. Actually, I almost get their value back. That's pretty impressive. I really love these guys now. Holding up against one of the best infantry killing tools in the entire game.
Destroy them.
Alright. Turn around, charge in, finish them all off. Skink Chief was doing some damage to Valkia, but she won that as well. Maybe not the best showcase, but the reason the Knights of the Brazen Throne are so good is they also cause terror. So against the Lizardmen, who actually have some pretty vulnerable targets to terror, particularly their skinks, the Knights can just cause mass chain routes across the battlefield. You just got to be really careful about Spear Riders and AP shooting, and you'll be just fine. I really like them for this matchup. I think they're pretty crucial nowadays for Korn's success there. Time isn't. Give me one sec, guys. I need to check on something. I'll probably do probably 2 more replays, and then I'll be getting off for the night. And I'll come back with another stream tomorrow to do the rest of the replays. Because, you know, I still got a fair amount to get through. But I think we got through about half of what we've got here. Yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty good. We did watch this one earlier. Spider and Frozen Core. We have not seen this one. Let's get this game going. Slick.
Slay the oath breakers.
You're damn right. I don't know what oaths the Scaven broke. I don't know why you would ever be surprised that they did, but apparently that Dowie Lord made some kind of deal with the devil, so to speak. I'm actually kind of curious if the Dowie hate the Scaven more than they hate the Elves. actually think they probably would. Even the greenskins. It's an interesting question. You got some Plague Monks. They're going to be screaming up to the #1 objective. Honestly, not a bad unit. Very reliant on Frenzy, which, you know, of course can get worn out pretty fast with, you know, leadership debuffing effects. But the Scaven are just dominant over the Dowie. Dowie have a horrible matchup into the Scaven. It's not good for them at all. Frozen Core is also playing maybe a little too loose here. This is really scary. Poison Wind Globadiers will just dunk on all of the melee troops that the dwarves have. And they get an opening volley on the miners, and they get some pretty good damage on them. Nothing crazy, but decent amount. Definitely nothing to turn your nose at, Pat. Storm Vermin looking to get into the frontline fight. Not a particularly strong unit, in my opinion. I don't really like the Sword and Board Storm Vermin, personally. I think they're kind of terrible. They just don't do damage to much of anything. Oh my god, look at the gyros blitzing. Absolutely blitzing the Poison Wind Globes here. Gunning them down. The Rat Ogres engaging against miners by themselves. Not the best thing for them at all. Oh, the Grim Delvers getting the Wolf Rats who are trying to flank. They're going to kill them in one volley, probably. Oh, it's so fat. About half their HP. Wolf Rats do get into combat, but they are immediately going to break. Once that charge buff wears off. Yeah, there they go. Goodbye, Wolf Rats. Flamethrowers destroying the Poison Wind Globes right now. And the Rat Ogres actually routing off the field as well. Dang, the Skaven just wandered right up into the front line, and they're suffering for it. Skrulk is trying to get into combat. Rod of Corruption being popped here. Really not a great one. Rod of Corruption is an AoE for a reason. It's much better if you're hitting multiple units. Get up in the middle of these two Dowie infantry and pop it, and maybe you can hit like all 4 of the units here. You also don't want to go short range as the Skaven against the Dowie. Poison Wind Globadiers are the best weapon team by far, but this is one of the rare matchups where they're not that good. What you want to bring as the Skaven instead is Jezzails. Just a bunch of Warplock Jezzails and just blast the Dowie out of existence. Because Jezzails are really long range, long enough range that they kill gyros before they can get into combat. They can just destroy any rangers, even the Bugman's rangers, in no time at all. They outrange Iron Drakes and they delete them as well. Just trying to outgrind the Dowie in melee combat with a bunch of Clan Rats and Storm Vermin with shields, not really what you want to do. The Skaven do have the outside point. They do have the middle for now. I don't know how long they're going to hold the middle is the problem. Skrulk is also not a particularly good character against the Dowie. He's not really a good character at all anymore. He's just too squishy nowadays. He was squishy even in Warhammer 2. And now he's just even more so. I mean, look how badly he got pummeled by the Dowie Lord, dude. Oh my god. Poor little guy. Skrulk needs a buff. If he had some kind of, like, small heal, small passive heal or something. Or maybe just got an HP buff up to about, like, 5,200 or something. Then I think he would be worth it. But your best Lord option for the Dowie is Deathmaster Snicketch. Either that or Ikit on a Doomwheel or Doomflare. I mean, Ikit's good in every matchup because he's just got crazy spells and magic in general. But if you do Snicketch, Snicketch is really good at assassinating Dowie heroes and characters. And he can sneak up into the back line, and World of Weeping Blades does big damage to Dowie weapon teams. Like the Iron Drakes, if they were attacked by Snicketch and he used Whirl, he would kill a good portion of the unit. It's pretty funny, actually. The Scaven are hanging in here. It's not over. They actually pushed the Dwarves off of the number 3 here. The Council Guard on the field. I don't know why you're bringing an anti-large unit against the Dwarves. Council Guard are good in a couple of matchups. This isn't really one of them. You're way better off bringing Death Runners and Plague Monks. Doom Flayers as well. Like the standard Doom Flayer unit for the Dowie, or the Scaven, is also really good against the Dowie. Your infantry just don't win the trades at all. And Rat Ogres are a little too squishy against Dowie missiles, in my opinion. I do see plenty of Skaven players bring Rat Ogres in this matchup, but I'm never that impressed by how well they do, even when they get their value back. I'll show you a Skaven build for the Dwarves. I mean, the inclusion of the Wolf Rats isn't bad. I mean, if they ever do get a good charge off, they easily get some sick value. It's just whether they're going to be able to do that consistently is the problem. Oh my god, dude. Is this going to be another frickin' game where the Dowie lose because they can't cap points away from the Skaven? That's going to be really unfortunate if it is. They have, like, most of their army back here. Just need to get the number 3. There's not a lot over here. The Ixis Triads aren't going to be doing much. Look at the Night Runners, man. Oh my goodness, they're bullying the gyros out of the sky right now. Hold on, guys. Is this a possible comeback? I don't think so. Skrolka's dead. The Skaven are pushed way back on the middle. The Dowie are starting to push this side point as well, so I think it's pretty well done and over. Long Drawn Slayer Pirates, you know, they were kind of getting chewed up for a minute there, but luckily Plague Monks with all of the leadership malices are not feeling it. Number 3 gets taken. Oh, and a Brood Horror on the field. Okay. We like Brood Horrors. They're a fun unit. They're a good terror-causing piece. They're pretty cheap, too. 1,100 gold, I think. Mutant Rat Ogres, typically speaking, are just the better option for the Skaven, though. But these do have regeneration, which is nice, so they're a little more independent. Cannon coming out. Ouch. Brood Horror are going to take some serious work from that cannon, you know. The DPS, or the missile strength, as stated here by the cannons, is really misleading, because the damage is based on damage over 10 seconds. So it looks like the missiles hit a lot less hard than they actually do. These things hit for about 400 HP with each shot. Skrolk is out here. Skaven scrapping over the number 1. Why did this objective get abandoned? This was a terrible idea from the Dwarves. It's one of the things you gotta be really careful of. I mean, they're up 5,000 value and they're barely winning this game because of how slow they are. Brood Horror dies. I didn't know it exploded. That's so cool. It blows up and sends some of the Dowie flying. Hell yeah, dude. Night Runners pushing into the back line. Flamethrowers roasting them out, as well as the Thunderers poking away from a distance as well. Skrolk trying for round 2 here. Trying to take down the Lord. Pops Rod of Corruption, gets some pretty good damage from it. Could be better. Maybe buffing these abilities up would help Skrolk out. I just don't know. The Skaven are just kind of weird. They're a little weaker as a faction right now than a lot of others in domination mode. And they're very limited on their Lord selection. Not because they don't have Lords to choose from, but because they've got one option that's just light years better than anything else, man. I mean, it's it or bust in a lot of matchups for the Skaven. It's not really great for the balance of the game. Dude, the Dowie are going to lose the number 1 objective here. I think they'll win by the skin of their freaking teeth, though, on a single cap. Miners going for the number 3 as well. Easily win the number 2. Oh my goodness. They are definitely going to barely win this. Very fortunate they're still hanging on to this point. They actually get enough cap weight on to stop it completely. Look at the blasting charges, man. Especially the Ekron's Miners. So Ekron's Miners are a particularly strong Dowie Miner unit. For two reasons. They get they get 2 extra blasting charges that they can use. Instead of having 1 volley, they get 3, which is kind of crazy. They get extra Regiment of Renown stats, which is pretty cool also. And they get Frenzy with really high leadership. So with the fact that they have AP on their weapon strength, this is a minor unit that not only does well with the blasting charges, but they can also scrap in melee combat pretty nicely. They're not, like, amazing or anything, but it's pretty effective. One of the better undersold regiments of renown out there right now. Alright, let's get one more in. What do we want to see here? Got a little bit to pick from. So curious about the Vampire Coast game. I think we might actually end up watching that one. Unless we want to see Bowl versus Lizards. I don't think we watched this one the other day. Maybe we did. I definitely saw this one. You know what? Let's see if Lemur's got the goods. Vampire Coast are an annoying faction, dude. Pretty tricky. They're... I don't know how to describe the Vampire Coast. They're eclectic, I mean, that's for sure. They do very, very well into a lot of other ranged factions, just because they shoot from pretty long range with a variety of different missiles that they can bring to the table. And they got deck gunners for the mid to long range. They've got good artillery for the most part. I mean, carronades aren't like the most incredible thing in the world, but they hit like a truck. Especially early on when they have black powder available. Wow, the Deadeyes is boosting them up a little bit as well. It's kind of cool. An artillery line with a dedicated character, the Gunnery White, sitting back here. Restock, or it's more powder for the undead. Scabscrape is pretty good at clearing out chaff. Super interested to see this. I'm a little worried because there is the Soul of Damnation. Although I don't actually know if it can fire over this gigantic shot blocker. I mean, this might actually be a little bit of a problem for the Chaos Dwarfs. And the cannons should be able to counterfire it pretty effectively. Where are they going to be opening up? Oh, looks like they're going to be trying to shoot the Lord here. One shot actually makes contact. 500 HP off this guy. Wow, he might die in the early going. Lemur needs to be real careful with him. Peel out and do some, you know, serpentine maneuvers or something, man. He's not going to have a good time. Enhanced ballistics going down, raising up the accuracy as well. Okay, he's juking a little bit now. Okay, so he stays alive. More shots coming in. Is anything going to hit him? Not really. A couple collats, although that shot definitely made contact with him. He goes right up on his belly there. Gets up, brushes himself off. No harm done. Chaos Dwarfs have a lot on the #1 objective. I would leave Chaos Dwarf Warrior here. And maybe a Cutthroat, and then send the Archer and the other Chaos Dowie Warrior over. a Cutthroat and a Chowie Warrior would be more than enough to hold that objective. I don't think there'd be any real risk of losing it. Iron Demon comes up. I don't really like Iron Demons against the Coast. Coast actually has a decent amount of mass with like Animated Hulks and Mournghouls. Lamprey's Revenge are another annoying unit to contend with. There's also just tons of shooting that can take the Iron Demons down, and Iron Demons tend to be better when they can tear route stuff. There's nothing to tear route for these undead armies. Like, they're just gonna stand and fight no matter what, and that's not really ideal for you. And definitely find more success elsewhere, or in other matchups, I guess I should really say, with that particular unit. Wraithstorm from Count Noctilus coming down. I do love me some Count Noctilus play. He's hellishly expensive. Oh my god, and an upgraded Final Transmutation nailing him here. Okay, he does counter with the Invocation, though. So he's going to heal himself up a decent amount, but he's also eating the Hell Cannon fire. Lemur is focusing all the goodies on Noctilus right now. He survives Final Transmutation. Super low, though. More Hell Cannon shots coming down. He is on foot, so it's basically impossible for him to dodge these. Scared for him, man. Chowie Warriors holding up against the Night Terrors alright. You can see they actually threw some pretty good damage down on these guys. Hobgoblin Archers firing as well. And yeah, Cutthroats chilling. They don't really want to be throwing themselves into combat right now. They're being a little bit cautious, you know. Better part of Valor and whatnot. Animated Hulk's doing pretty well. Very secure. Number 3 objective. Iron Demon is a little inactive right now. Lamprey's Revenge have been chasing it for a while, though. Not really what they should be doing. I mean, I guess if your opponent's going to fumble and let you catch it, then why not beat it to death, right? Lamprey's going to have a lot of value by the time they're done killing that thing. But they're really needed up here on the number 2. You can see that the Vampire Coast, they're trading relatively even, but that's not really ever going to be a winning situation for them against a faction that just out-trades them so horrendously in melee combat. That the Vampire Coast is going to have to, like, fully table them with range tools. And I'm not sure if they're going to have the juice for that. Scurvy Dogs attacking a Iron Demon. I never thought I'd see the day that a Scurvy Dog was going to take one of these things down, but it looks like that might be on the table here. Look at them. They're just, like, nipping in there. Sirens come in, and they actually take it down. The combined efforts there. Very nice. Saltlord Scuttlers in the sky. God damn, man. Why are Bomber Bats so terrible? Holy hell. This is an 800 gold unit, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Or either that or they're like 700 something. They've got 200 value and they use like all their bombs up. They need more ammo or like a massive increase in the number of entities and HP that they have. Because they're just sad, dude. Oh, you hate to see it. Night Terror's going down here. They're just fighting way too separated from the rest of the army. Night Terrors, Animated Hulks, Lamprey's Revenge, all of the monstrous units that Vampire Coast have need to fight on top of their chaff infantry. That's the only way they're going to trade well. If they're fighting alone, they're either really lightly armored or their very low entity numbers means they just get surrounded and dragged down by stuff that's way cheaper than them. So Vampire Coast is kind of like a faction of extremes. If you have... Where are some? We'll just use the Summon Deckhand mob as an example. If you have monstrous infantry and you're fighting on top of regular infantry units, that's going to be uber cost effective for you because monstrous units hate getting surrounded. The presence of your infantry in tandem with the monstrous infantry means that's not going to happen. Like, your infantry will buffer back your opponent's stuff, and they'll eat a lot of the damage that's intended for killing your big, scary units, like the Animated Hulks, right? As long as you've got the cover of deckhand mobs, you're going to be in some pretty good fights. And the Night Terrors over here, I mean, they killed a Chaos Dwarf warrior, but they took a ton of damage in the process. There was nothing to stop the Hobgoblin archers from shooting them. And then they got dragged down by a bunch of other garbage. So Eat the Rich probably needs to just play a little bit safer with these big units. And you can see Lamprey's Revenge fighting Bull Centaur renders out on the number 3 objective now. Not going to be a very winning fight for the Lampreys, probably. They'll hold their own. Bull Centaur renders don't have a way to heal. Lampreys do have regeneration. They're going to get rear charged here. Not that it's going to matter too much. Some of them turn around anyways and kind of countercharge it. Oh, but they take some big damage as they turn their back, and losing all those models and entities, now they're properly crumbling. It's not a way around it, really. Regeneration will mitigate a little bit of the crumbling, but it's going to stack up pretty quickly, and they disintegrate out, and that's going to probably be game. I mean, there's no way that you can counter-push as the Vampire Coast. They just suck at it. Just like the Dowie are slow as sin. Same here, except way worse. I mean, instead of 28 speed on all your units like the Dowie, everything's 23 speed, so they're even slower. And guess what? You don't have armor either. Woohoo! 15 armor zombies with 23 foot speed. Trying to close like 300 meters of ground to get you back in a game. That surely nothing will go wrong, right? Right? It's a really foreboding moment here for the Vampire Coast. I mean, their push is going okay on this objective. A lot of that is just because there's a bunch of routing units for the Chaos Dwarfs right now. Because their lord just died a minute ago. Once they rally back up a little bit, I think they'll be fine. I mean, it's just a bunch of crappy zombies. This situation looks better than it really is, I would say. Although these Wolf Raider cavalry being pushed back pretty cleanly here. Scurvy Dog's doing a lot to secure this backfield, which is massive. One Carronade crew is dead. The other one is here, looking to recrew potentially. This one's going to crumble out. The crew's too beat up. Their leadership is broken. They're not coming back. And they got good value. They killed the Soul of Damnation over here. I wasn't paying super close attention to when that happened, but I think it was fairly recent. If I had to guess, this Hell Cannon, the ROR Hell Cannon, probably got close to 1500 value. Maybe a little more. Shooting Noctilus up pretty good. That alone is pretty decent value for it. Oh, they're trying to retake the number 3 here. Searing Doom coming in from the Sorcerer Prophet of Metal. Wow, big damage on those Sirens. God, dude, Sirens are so mediocre. Oh my god, they just get killed despite having physical resistance. It's just not good enough. Physical resist needs to go back up to like 70% for ethereal units to be worth it. Either that or they just need more HP. Like, CA has tried for so long to get ethereal units into a place where they're like viable, and that's just not really ever happened. There's a couple that are better than others, but on the whole, I would say ethereals are definitely one of the unit archetypes that needs the most help currently. Shade Wraith Gunners are a good example of one that can work. They've got a really good missile that discourages leadership by 16, and they count as an artillery piece, so they just absolutely ruin people's day on the leadership front, man. Lemur re-securing a triple cap. Number 1, they're probably not going to hold on to for forever. Honestly, this isn't a bad Vampire Coast map because of the Vanguards. You might think it would be for this reason, but their pistol mobs have Vanguard deployment. They've got Scurvy Dogs and a couple other units they can throw out from there. It's not bad for them. They can get cheap cap weight onto points quickly at least. It's just the problem of, you know, in the late game like this, Their slow speed is just being taken full advantage of, and they are just dying in waves up here. Look at all these ethereal daggers scattered around, too. That's a lot of dead Sirens, man. And Sirens are like an 800 gold unit.
There is only...
I would imagine that none of the Sirens traded well. Wow, amazing. 175 value, or 72, sorry, and 215. Add in another 600 value and you're paying for yourself. Yikes. I'd just leave Sirens off the table. Just get Depth Guard. Depth Guard would do way better here. Either variant. Pole arms, probably not. I like the idea of the Gunnery White. I mean, he got okay value. Help the Carronades out. Honestly, my biggest thing is if you had the Night Terrors in with the rest of your formation as the Chaos Dowie were engaging your front line, I think you would probably have done a lot better. The fact that your most expensive unit was just off in the middle of nowhere, fighting a losing battle, and not even paying for itself is not good. Not good. You really need your Mournguls to kind of carry you against the heavily armored infantry, because the Chaos Dowie will just keep developing out more armor in the late game that you just will continually be less and less equipped to handle. You also have to do something to kill the Hobgoblin Archers. Whether that's with the Carronades kind of hammering them for a bit, or using the Discourage from the Shadewraith Gunners. Definitely want to get a handle on it as quickly as possible. And another thing was the Lamprey's Revenge. They were also doing something very similar to the Night Terrors. If you keep both these expensive units together and just fight over that middle objective early, you can probably break the Chaos Dowies back there and then move over to either of the other objectives to hold on to for the rest of the game, and win that way. Welcome, welcome, folks. It's nice to have you here. You know what? I mean, that was a good game, but I think I'm gonna do one more game, and then we'll go. Then we'll go. What do we want to see, though? Give me a sec, guys. I'm trying to figure out if I think this is gonna be just an absolute steamroll. I actually think it will be. Holy crappers. That's too good of a name for me to cast right now. I'll check this one out later and see if it's worth its own standalone video, because I do like doing those whenever I can for newer player tournaments. There's a Chaos versus Lizardmen. We really are kind of at the end of what we got going on, don't we? Huh. Korn versus Nurgle. Oh my god, we got Terramercon on the big boy. Okay, we're watching this one. Terramercon is on Bubalos. No way we're passing this opportunity up. It's very rare that you get to see him on the big monster. Toe Dragons are cool. They're actually not a bad unit. Provided, of course, you know how to use them. Because their animations are the big problem. If you can keep them from doing the weird diving and plunging attacks that, like, send them literally through entire units and into your opponent's backline where you then get stuck, then it can be very useful. They're very high mass as well, which is great. Oh, and he's just going in, dude. Look at him. Super sick. He's got the gut played out. He's ready to scrap for sure. We got a ton of Marauders coming in. What's up with Korn? I saw a bunch of Marauders on their side as well. Standard variants, a couple dual weapons. Bloodwake Berserkers, always a pretty good unit. I mean, their damage potential is just astronomical. If you let these guys grind against you, they're gonna farm you for value. I mean, they'll easily get 3,000 in a game. You just shoot the Bloodwake Berserkers to death to counter them. Never ever engage these guys in melee and you'll be fine. They can be a little annoying though, having to maneuver around constantly, and they're effectively unbreakable with their leadership. I can count on one hand the number of times I've seen the Bloodwake Berserkers routing before they've, you know, basically been taken down to like 1,000 HP. It's exceptionally hard to break them. Chosen and Nurgle and some Marauders, maybe going to square up on the middle point, but Korn is going to take it early. You're going to get the Breath Attack. The Unspeakable Foulness does pretty good damage to infantry. Shot from the Noxbringer. Clipping the Horsemen, taking a little bit of ammo from both of them. Definitely not value to write home about. It's okay. Fleshhounds fighting a bunch of Marauders and Nurglings. Not really Fleshhounds, cup of tea. They don't do well in grinds like this. You gotta be careful of engaging in these kind of areas like that. The problem is that Fleshhounds just have bad melee defense, right? And low armor, so they're a hit and run unit. They just need to be cycle charging over here and they'd be fine. They are occupying attention. There's a lot of infantry as well as Barons of the Bog over here, and Blue is being a little slow pulling this back over. Really needed right now. Valkia got a really nice, clean engagement. Got big damage on Tamarkon, as well as this Noxbringer. The Horsemen for Korn are dominating right now. I mean, they got a lot of work in. You know, pretty decent value already out of those guys. Tamarkon down almost over 3,000 HP, man. Brutal stuff. Nurgle does get their infantry up into the fight here in the middle, though, which is going okay. They definitely need to just give these guys an attack order, though. They are very surrounded, and they're trying to push through after this Korngor unit that's running away from them. That's actually kind of it's actually kind of brilliant. So the way that this works, right? The Chosen had an attack order on the Korngors. The Korngors are running away, so the Chosen are trying to follow what's happening, and all that time as they're trying to push through the other infantry units that are surrounding them is they're taking free damage. Because they're not engaged in melee combat, so it counts as being attacked in the rear, I guess. Or effectively so. They just take a bunch of unnecessary hits, which is not great. They'll be able to anchor here for a good while longer. On the Brass Cleaver going down, big increase to their melee attack. Oh, baby, that's what you love to see. But Tamarkon is getting attacked right now by the Bloodwake Berserkers, and they're pretty bunched up on the rear of his model. They're cleaving through him. Big, big damage going down on our boy there. Curse of the Leper hitting the Chosen. They get a ton of armor. That's great and all, and the melee reflection isn't terrible, but I'm just not so sure it's worth it here. Curse of the Leper lasts a long time, I guess. It is going to help a little bit against these Korn units. Just a little skeptical. And look at the Noxbringer out here. It is getting wrecked right now by the throwing axes, and a little too slow on the dive. Even without the throwing axes, Valkia will be able to kill this big monster. There's nothing to punish Valkia, really. Tamarkon's not really been doing it. You get a win on that side point for Nurgle, and they send the Barons of the Bog over finally. But still nobody helping against Valkia. And she's going to take the Noxbringer down here. Really awesome stuff from her. Gotta love her, man. She's paid for herself already, pretty much. She's a little bit off of the 1850 that she costs with the kit she has. She'll easily get that, though. I mean, she's full health, basically. She's literally taken 78 damage. Amazing. Good job, Valkia. Very self-preserving this game. Bloodwake Berserkers, oh no, surrounding the Chaos Sorcerer Lord. These guys have pretty big mass. 400 each. That was a beautiful breath attack. Wow, dude. Holy. Okay, Bloodwake Berserker's very weak to the breath attack there. They're probably going to kill the Sorcerer Lord, and that's going to mean no heals for Tamarkon. You see Curse of the Leper going down, and pops Nurgle's favorite son. What's the damage reflection looking like? Not that good. Okay, so that's just not going to kill the Bloodwake Berserkers. Tamarkon's forced to disengage anyways. I'd have preferred to just see 2 overcasted Fleshy Abundances this game. Or I guess you get 3, right? You get like 100 Winds of Magic per game. Costs 28. You get 3 of those. Just overcast that 3 times and it'll do you way better. You got a lot of units routing in here as well, which is really painful. And the Bearers of the Bog would have been really nice to have for the middle engagement, where you just had like a huge like Korn infantry force that would have been very vulnerable to these hopping toads, man. You can see them scarfing down some of the marauders here. God, they have so many funny animations.
Unending glory is yours.
No, I really thought Nurgle was going to scrap a little bit longer than that, but Tamarkon goes down to the Minotaurs back here. Looks like a couple of the Bloodwake Berserkers and the Minotaurs got crushed here. Oh, look at Tamarkon. He's got heterochromia. He's got 2 different colored eyes. It's kind of funny. I never noticed that. Alright, well, I thought that one would go a little longer, but pretty short cast there. I'm going to come back with a stream tomorrow. We can finish up any of the other replays we've got, and then I'll do some Quake battles, probably. So, tune in then, guys. I really appreciate y'all coming in, checking out the stream, and I'll catch y'all around, for sure. Go watch the rest of the replays I did today. Listen to some of the after-action reports and some of my ramblings in between. You know, I've got my moments of lucidity that will speak to your soul, for sure. So, anyways, deuces, guys. Y'all take care. Peace out.